Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second season of Project Zero. So, if some of y'all may remember, I'm Peko, and I'll be your caster for today. And if some of y'all remember, last season's winners was Liquidity. And looking at the lineup for today, our our previous season champions is going to be starring in our first match today against Aura Wyverns. Is Liquidity going to be able to hold on to the championship title, or is another team from the regular season or either from the other group stage qualifiers going to be able to steal that championship title away from them? And Project Zero is a tourney hosted by Absolute Zero, if some of y'all may not know. And Absolute Zero is a professional Mobile Legends team in Singapore, as well as having a lot of other franchises under them, such as COD Mobile. So be sure to support Absolute Zero so they can keep on making amazing tournaments such as this. I think we might be heading into the game soon. So we just need to wait for everybody to get in the lobby right now. So do stay tuned because we have a lot of interesting matches that's lined up today. uh, for some of y'all that may be wondering, for the matches up for today, it is going to be Team Mayhem. I think some of y'all may remember Team Mayhem from their run in the qualifiers 2 seasons ago. And they also got quite famous for their double in pick in the challengers bracket. Then we have Liquidity X AZ, which is the match that's going to be streamed right now with some slight changes to their lineup as I see that their mid laner swapped out, as well as Aura Wyverns, which is a new team that I think many people may not have seen before. They may be a dark horse in this tournament, but I'm quite excited to see what kind of performance they show today against Liquidity. And as well as Valhalla Gaming. This is a name that we've seen before in the previous season, and their lineup looks pretty much the same except for some changes to the roamer. So I wonder if everyone is ready. If we're all ready and geared up, we might be able to start off our first match of the day. It seems like everyone is in lobby and we're gonna be ready to go soon. Just need to get wait for some people to ready up and then we can get into it. Well, I guess maybe it's in the morning and there's not many people. Okay, now looking on at the map selection. Okay, and the map seems to be expanding rivers. Okay, well, the expanding rivers is definitely going to be very useful in the fast rotations as well as the. Oh, okay, I have a new screen. Well, it's going to be very useful in fast rotations as well as a lot of unexpected ganks. Now let's look over at the draft. We see Liquidity has banned the Freya. I'm not too sure whether that is a respect ban or whether it's just because of the Freya meta pick. Now we're looking over to Aura Wyverns going at the bans. Considering that Liquidity is first pick, they may ban the strong heroes such as Hirara, Atlas, Beleric, or
A
perhaps the
punch for a
Eudora.
punch.
Mm, let's see. And they banned the Paquito. Okay. Yeah, the Paquito is definitely very dominant in this meta, especially because they have the triple flex of being EXP, jungler, or in the gold lane. So that's a very, I think, very standard ban. No respect bans that I've seen so far, even though I see, especially on Aura Rivals, right? I think they have players that specialize in
I
a
might
hero
not be a
specifically,
lightning man,
such as
but
the
I do
EXP
know
Lina
my
or Reyna that
traits.
specialize in, if I'm not wrong, Ruby and Carmilla. So looking over to the bans once again, they're going to ban the Bards. A very quick ban onto the side of Orions with the, I believe it's
Different
going to be the
perspectives
Marcel.
expose the same
Yes, it's going to
truth.
be the
3,
Marcel ban.
2, 1.
And now Liquidity back onto the ban once again. I'm not. I think they will want to open some
You
meta.
should be ashamed for
What
not
I mentioned
trusting
earlier, the
yourself.
Hirara or the Eudora. But
Even the
yes,
fullest
it seems like
bloom
they've banned out the Eudora
pales
and
before the
or Hybrids
scattering
does not want to give
petals.
that Hirara first pick, that power pick over to the side of Liquidity. It seems that Liquidity may want to go for something like the Atlas or Beleric, considering that it's still open. But I think Aura Rivals is quite smart because they open both Atlas and the Beleric. So if even if Liquidity takes on, Aura Rivals will still be able to take the other hero. Now looking over at Liquidity, they're still hovering over the pick. Perhaps they can't choose between the Atlas and the Beleric. I think it's just up
Mighty
to the
oaks
hero's
from
comfort
little
as of right now.
acorns grow.
So it seems that they've picked the Beleric onto the side of Liquidity. Maybe
True
JV
love
just prefers the hero.
is like blood.
and we didn't. And Aura Rivals just
Only
blocks the
love
Carmilla. I
and
guess
night are
the Carmilla
everlasting.
Sicilian combo once again. Okay. I don't think this is very unexpected. If anyone recognizes the players from the previous season, they'll know that this is a very comfortable draft that they have, and I believe that they're very good at it. So it's definitely going to be very annoying, and it seems that Liquidity didn't want to respect ban the Camila, as they are, they're really confident. They're saying that they can just play into it because, even if it's their power pick, they don't care.
There's
They're
nowhere for the
confident that their
evil to
mechanics or their
hide.
macro alone is going to be able to get them out of any sticky situation that may come from the pick, such as this combo of the Camila
Night
Sicilian.
sky
Now looking
tells
over, they picked
all.
the Rafa from the side of Liquidity. Well, the Rafa's not too, like, once again, it's nothing too unorthodox. It's very very standard because the Rafa pick is, I mean, it's been quite a powerful,
Sir,
especially after
what's your command?
the MSC that we seen at EWC because of Aurora. So looking over to the
I
still, I'm
am
hoping to get to pick
vengeance
up the extra mana.
incarnate.
And wow, okay, Zolt, I believe, just locks the fan onto the side of Aura Rivals. I don't think they're respecting Liquidity at all. So, well, that's so quick with the lock. Definitely very confident in the hero. And I see, okay, the Moskov ban in order to, I guess, because Liquidity doesn't really have anyone that is going to be able to settle the bot lane as of yet, as well as not having a Moskov ban. So they have Moskov ban. Now a Uranus ban onto the side of
They
Aura
call me a
Wyverns
hero
because they need
because I
some
saved
type
my
of
nation
body
from falling
to
apart.
another YSS ban onto the side of Liquidity. I think onto the side or Wyverns for Liquidity, but I think it's mostly also because I think Crayon is definitely a very good YSS player as I've seen before. So I think it's kind of a half respect ban and a half power pick ban. So the final ban onto the side of Liquidity. And we're going to be looking over at what bans. Either Aura Wyverns hasn't picked up their marksman or EXP laner as of yet. So they might just ban another body, or if they really need,
Now you lead the
or
way
if
to
they
the
really want
next
to respect
adventure.
the hero, then they might ban the Ruby, but they decide to ban the Sora instead. Now Aura Wyverns now looking on to their next pick. It may be something like a Melissa, considering that that power pick is still open.
Need some stitches? I
I
can
can't think of anything
help.
else. They'll be, yeah, okay, yes, they do pick up the Melissa. Now looking over to the side of Liquidity, I'm not too sure about what kind of heroes Liquidity plays because I believe they're very versatile players and have like a very large hero pool. I believe they may pick up something like the Brody in order to lead against Melissa
Pain
because the Brody has been
is the
very strong
proof that
lately.
I'm
And now
still
looking over,
alive.
yes, they do pick up the
Let's
Brody,
fight to
and
our
now
heart's
they are
content.
missing a jungler, and Crayon picks up the Lucas. I believe they have a very full brawl team onto the side of Liquidity with the Rafa and the Lucas. It's definitely gonna be a very annoying combo. But I guess we'll just see which combo is more annoying, especially because of the Camila Sicilian. No, or Irons for their last pick potentially can be a cheese pick because it's the last pick. Because it's the last pick. I'm not too sure about what they're going to play. It could, I mean, it could potentially be anything. It could be something unorthodox. It could be something more standard. But you never really know for these kind of teams because they always like to show quite surprising picks, especially in the drafting phase. And a few seconds left, and they pick up the Dyrov. Okay, so this Dyrov is going to be laning the SE. I think that's going to be very interesting to watch later on. So going off the draft wise, I think I quite like Liquidity's draft, but I also want to see how Aura Wyverns fare in this match against Liquidity, especially with that Dyrov pick. So now we'll be going into the match, and we'll be seeing who's going to be the victor of our first game of today.
Seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Okay, now hopping into the match. Now let's look at the laner. Now we're looking over at the Fanny at the blue bar. So this is very interesting because the Fanny is very dominant, especially in the early game. But we are not too sure about how it may fare into that Lucas because the Lucas definitely is very disruptive to the Fanny. So if Assault makes any single mistake, we are looking over at his mate over there. Oh, very scary result, especially if his buff does get invaded. That's going to be very detrimental to the game. Looking at her at the top side, Wens is applying a lot of pressure onto Javier. Oh, Zalt going for the invade actually, going onto the invade onto the Crayon, but unfortunately he loses the Reggie. Mini T dies over there. Once again, the Camila Sicilian combo showing why it is very scary, especially onto a team like Aura Wyverns who have been playing this comp a lot and have, I think, practically tried to perfect it, this combo. Fast rotation over to the top side over there. I guess Aura Wyverns now is having a lot of pressure around the map as well as the river control at the moment. Perhaps Mini T has not really played with Liquidity as much because I believe that the previous mid laner was GXO. I'm not too sure whether it's player name change, but if it is a player change, I think you'll kind of understand why they're not too used to playing with each other, I suppose. Oh, Obstacle coming on over to Xiaoming. I think that may have been a little bit too greedy trying to get something, and Xiaoming gets taken down by Maringan. Oh, I think that's well. I guess the Divine Resurrection just revives Xiaoming anyways, but that doesn't change that Kenshi manages to get like the good offenses from Xiaoming. Thus Although Liquidity were our last season's champions, it seems that they currently aren't faring too well in the early game. I'm not too sure whether they'll be able to turn it around the next time, but now we're gonna have a little bit of a turtle skirmish over here. I mean, it seems that Oro Irons is definitely gonna be able to have control of this turtle, but I don't think that Liquidity is gonna go down without a fight. They're gonna be waiting on for Zolt to take his blue buff first. Unless Zolt is trying to find other things at the other side of the map, going on for Xiaoming at the bottom and manages to take Xiaoming down. Well, I think... Oh, and another respawn yet again by the Rafa. I guess it doesn't really matter how many times you take down Xiaoming because he's just gonna be revived once again by that Rafa. But I guess, like as I mentioned earlier, I don't think it really matters if you keep reviving the Brody because it's like, hey, the more you revive me, the more like farm I get in order to kill the Brody. Looking over to the top side over there, you're gonna go again onto the one, stun onto one goes down, but then he gets the Bloody Link going on over. Oh, wow, that's a couple ultimates pop. And you see the Valerie gets taken down as well as the Esmeralda gets taken down over there. Creon trying to find anything else to get down, but he manages to trade for the Camilla instead. I don't think that's a very worthwhile trade. You see over there, the brawl is still going on. Creon Shiki continues over there, gets burned, and Creon gets shut down by Zolt. Xiaoming is... Oh, Xiaoming is at the turtle. I don't think Xiaoming is gonna get much, but... You could get a sticker going on to Zolt! Oh, Xiaoming, he's showing why. He's gonna get some revenge onto Zolt over there, and Kenshi gets taken down as well. Oh shit, what a play by Xiaoming. I did not expect that at all. I guess he just wants some revenge on Zolt because Zolt keeps coming onto his lane. Looking over to the turtle over there, you see that Liquidity has managed to turn this around actually. With a very prolonged fight at the top side over there, but I think it also can be credited to Xiaoming. I really did not expect that flicker stun going over to Xiaoming onto Zolt. But it seems that the tempo of Oro Ivans has been slowed down quite considerably after that fight at the top side with a lot of ultimates being popped, especially the Wrath of the Dryad as well as the ultimate pop by the Camilla. Now we see Oro Ivans is just protecting Kenshi in order to get him to scale up quite a bit because he's even taking the Zolt's farm, as you can see over there. Well, I guess Liquidity is going to show why they are champion team. Oh, I guess we missed it, but there was a kill over at the top side, and once again he gets respawned once again. Zolt going over onto Mini T, but it does not think he's gonna be able to get Mini T. No, just barely survives with a Civil War health. Going over, looking over. Oh no, my camera. But it's okay. Mini T gets taken down anyways by Slowdowns and Marigan. I guess this really goes to show the very annoying combo of Ringan and Slowdowns, the Camilla and the Sicilian. The slow as well as the mobilize, as well as the damage coming off the Sicilian. It's very annoying. But Liquidity is going to be playing the objective game and manages to get the bot side, which is not going to be very good for Kenshi because he's not going to be able to get a turret to retreat into. And it's giving a lot of space to Xiaoming to farm, which although may be answered by Zolt. Moving over to the mid side over there. Is he gonna take down Mini T? Mini T escapes once again! Wow, Mini T is definitely very, very annoying to this enemy. It's able to escape, it's able to speed up, able to heal, and it's able to resurrect the teammates. And they just keep coming back. So they're just like a bunch of like little rats. Or like maybe Cockroaches and Xavier Kung Fu gets taken down over at the top side over there with the combined strength of the Dyrop as well as the Melissa. Now, Liquidity is gonna be one man down. I think they're gonna focus the turn onto the Zolt, but Crayon Shiki wins the retry over Zolt. Oh, Zolt. Oh, Zolt didn't even retry. Yeah. Okay. Looking over to the mid side, there's gonna be a little bit of a skirmish after the turtle. It seems that J-Ray is gonna GGH sorry, is gonna be a half a has to pop the Flicker Wing, manages to pop the Curse of Blood from the Camilla and manages to escape anyways. Well, it really does seem that Liquidity is going to have that net pressure over the Zolt. Okay, the Flicker coming on for Xiaoming once again. The Zolt says no, the same thing is not gonna happen to me once again. Going over against Zolt and what? And he manages to get taken down by Zolt. Xiaoming has 1-3-1. I side. Oh, the Wrath of the Dragon going pop onto the one, and one gets taken down. It seems that or whatever. Oh, Crayon going onto the backline over there, going on to Sodas, manages to take down the Sicilian. Tries to look for more, tries to look for Marine Gun, but it doesn't look like Marine Gun will escape. No, Marine Gun is not able to use it. It's going on for more triple kill onto the side of Crayon Shiki. Oh, Crayon. And I forgot his previous name. Oops, my bad. Okay, gets stunned by Kenshi. Kenshi manages to pop the Fifa, uses the go away in order to bounce them back. Is able to retreat back in the turret and clear the wave. Yeah, liquidity is definitely very annoying. They have fight at top side, they have a fight at mid. They're making sure that they're very preoccupied. The Wrath of the Dragon popped out once again, landing onto slow dance. Oh, I think the Sicilian was a little bit too far there, especially for a long range hero, and he just stood like right in front of JJH's face. Not exactly the best decision as a high ground mid laner. I guess that after the initial early game pressure that they had, managing to pick off a few members of Liquidity, they're unfortunately slowing down once again, and Liquidity is getting the map pressure as of now. Let's look over to the Lord. I see a little bit of setup going on over there. I think if it goes on to the late game, it's definitely going to be very detrimental onto the side of Liquidity, especially because they have the late game from Aura Wyverns, which is Sicilian, and they have the Spanny who can settle the long lane, as opposed to Aura Wyverns who do not have it. Okay, a kill onto the side of Aura Wyverns, managing to take down Mini T. Finally, Mini T gets taken down. Oh, Crayon looking for more. Is he going to be able to get it? But unfortunately, he gets shut down by Zod. Zod cabling in, cabling out, and decides to go for the Lord as of now. I guess Liquidity, Aura Wyverns was able to take the fight because they realized that the Brody was not in their team, so they did not have the viable damage output from Liquidity due to the Brody's absence. Yeah, so Aura Wyverns will just be able to secure that Lord for free. I guess one big flaw about Liquidity's team is that their only damage output is from Crayon as well as Xiaoming. So the moment any of them aren't involved in the fight, there's gonna be a huge lack of damage output onto the side of Liquidity. Oh! Crayon manages to take down Kenshi onto the bot side. Is he gonna be able to escape from them? And then we see, oh my god, this stream is laggy. Okay, it doesn't matter, but yes, Kenshi is taken down, but they do not have the luxury of having that Rapala resurrection, so Kenshi won't be able to come back as quickly as opposed to, let's say, if Xiaoming dies once again, then the Rapala will just resurrect him. Let's see, there actually, despite Aura Wyverns only having four or five turrets, manages to take down Mini T once again. I guess they really do realize the importance of Mini T's result is just finding that Rafa, even all the way in their own river. Yeah, okay, so even though Liquidity only has a 1k gold gap, Aura Wyverns only has 5 turrets, as opposed to Liquidity having most of the turrets still intact besides 2 outer tier turrets. So it definitely seems that Aura Wyverns is more preoccupied with getting kills rather than objectives. So perhaps they need to switch their focus, or maybe they're waiting for Kenshi to scale up, get his items, and just start bursting the likes of Liquidity. Aura Wyvern seems to be playing together as of the moment. Nothing much happening, just waiting for the Lord to spawn, waiting for the next skirmish to happen. Oh, GGH opens the bush, walks up. Okay, he's just treating it like his house. GGH is just treating the map like his house, just walks up like that and does not get punished. I guess the other members of Aura Wyverns are too far away in order to help out, and potentially pick off JH. So I guess we'll just have to wait for the Lord that's spawning in 20 seconds. Looking over to the top side, Zod has to answer that top side, but it's gonna be very hard for Liquidity to answer the long lane, especially with someone that can rotate as fast as Fanny. So if someone like, let's say, like as you can see at the top side over there, some skirmish happening, I don't think Zod's gonna be able to take down the SME. The SME is just a little bit too tanky. Oh, but he does. He manages to take down the SME, and that's a mega kill. But is he gonna be able to reach the Lord in time? As you can see, it's taken down by Crayon. A lot of skirmish gonna happen. The Curse of Light being popped as well. Crayon tries to get away, and he does manage to get away. Or does he? Because Fanny is flying over him, but he gets shut down by Crayon. Then Minichi gets taken up by Kenshi over there, and we can see slowdowns as well. It's going to be very, very low, but you see it's going to be flanked over by Javier because he got resurrected by the Rafa. And with the backline, there's Javier onto the backline 1v4 onto the enemy, and he's going to decide to back away and say no, he does not. And I don't think he may get taken down. Yes, he does get taken down, and he does not take anyone with him. Crayon was so low, but he managed to survive and take down Salt with him. And with the resurrection by Rafa onto Javier Fu, he was able to hold the enemy and allow them back, but unfortunately he does die again in the process. Wow. You can see that Liquidity's team is really very annoying. And also, with the Zod answering that long lane, even though he rotated faster than the Esmeralda, it did not really matter because the Esmeralda managed to keep Zod out of the fight. So, Liquidity was able to just get rid of Zod for that Lord fight, so they just decided to bust Lord and then just go for it without Zod even reaching there. Maybe he shouldn't have been too occupied with the Esmeralda. Maybe he should have just cleared and then came over, but this maybe he was a little bit too greedy and decided to get Esmeralda instead. Even without killing the Esmeralda, he would have rotated faster than the Esmeralda anyways. Now looking over to the mid side, you see Wen just standing in front of the enemy. I think it's very what to say? I guess Oro Irons just has to play the slow game, you know. Wait for the Sicilian to scale, wait for the Melissa to scale, and then hope that the Camilla potentially lands like a good ultimate. Lands a good ultimate, or maybe Zod goes for a pick off onto the Explodey as well as the Rafa. You'll see Zod having the angle, but unfortunately he missed the cable, so he's not gonna be able to get jumping onto one over there. It seems like, oh what? He's managed to stick on Crayon. See the rest for the drive was being popped as well, but it's not really hit many. Zod going on to the Jiria Pupu over there, going on to one going on to Mini T, but Xiaoming, but Xiaoming manages to back off with help with Mini T. But that is a 4v2 as of right now. Xiaoming gets caught by the Sengoing Cross. Does not fall to the likes of Aura Wyverns, but that is a 1-for-3 trade onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Yeah, so like this is what I'm talking about. With the help of Fanny, with the help of the Camilla, they're just gonna be able to get these kind of kickoffs, especially with the Fanny and the ultimate of the Camilla, because it's very detrimental that it's gonna be very detrimental for Liquidity if they stand together, especially due to the ultimate. So now with the Lord marching down the mid side, I believe it's going to be a 3-wave sync onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Man, I think it's quite funny to see actually, because sometimes Crayon gets like one-shotted by the enemy, sometimes Crayon just one-shots the enemy. And the Sicilian already has gotten the glowing one as well as the Wishing Lantern over there. Mini T very low. The flask is going to get popped. Oh, Marigold looking for the sets too, but I don't think there's gonna be the wrap for the Dryad being popped over. But then The lot getting the marking, but the lot doesn't really much because they're very low respawn once again. T gets taken down, triple kill onto the side of Slowdown. Crown gets taken down as well. As you can see the minion marching into the mid as well as the bot side. You see the Aura Wyverns is going to take the first game away from Liquidity.
Victory!
That, okay. Even though we thought that, I think it was a very back and forth game, right? Because it seemed that, you know, our Wyverns was winning at the start, but then they had a few mishaps, and then Liquidity started winning, and then Liquidity started winning in their mid game, and then after that mid game, you can see that our Wyverns managed to take it back, just from one good fight. So it seems that both these teams are very, very fight dependent. As we see over there, look at the damage done. A lot of damage done by as you can see the Sicilian, because the Sicilian manages to start like popping off into that late game over there, because I like mentioned earlier, it's gonna be very bad for Liquidity if this game keeps on prolonging, because the Sicilian is gonna be able to get their stacks, and with macro wise, the Fanny is forever gonna be better at playing the macro as compared to any members onto the side of Liquidity. Okay. Okay, so I wonder what everyone thought about that match. I think it was a very exciting match onto the side of it's our first match of today. I think maybe the results are a little bit surprising, especially since Liquidity was our last year's champion. Oh sorry, our last season's champions, and they lost to Aura Wyverns. I think they may decide to respect ban the Carmilla this time, but I'm not too sure. Okay, so looking over to the map selection, it is going to be expanding the rivers. Okay, it is expanding rivers once again. I mean, we could see that the expanding rivers was definitely very helpful in that fast rotation, as well as because you can see like especially onto the side of Liquidity, they just kept coming back. It just kept coming back, especially with the help of the Rafaela's resurrection. So they just kept using the river current and just kept coming back and back and back and back. So now I believe the players should be all in their lobbies as well as in the draft. Okay, yes. Back into the draft. Let's look at the bands that have popped out as of now. So we can see onto the side of Aura Wyverns,
I am
they
a
have
daughter of
decided to
Northern Vale.
ban
I swear to
the...
protect it till my last breath.
Is that the
A
Atlas?
punch for a punch.
I think they've decided to ban Atlas and Bellaric, if I'm not wrong. Okay, we see the Paquito ban. Oh, and Liquidity has decided to respect ban the Carmilla, and they banned the Freya once again. It seems that Liquidity has a very stable ban of Freya, but I think it's also potentially because onto the side of Aura Wyverns, they have an EXP laner who plays Freya as well, and Liquidity does not want to open the Kirara, a very strong pick, and they've decided to first pick Marcel, I believe. So, Jana, I seen that. Oops. Okay, I believe Liquidity is not gonna
Even
open
the
the Kirara.
fullest bloom hails.
Okay, as
Different
we don't open the
perspectives
Kirara,
expose the
Aura
same
Wyverns
truth.
Three,
picks up the
two,
Marcel, a very
1.
strong pick. I believe Liquidity would pick
You
the
should be
Eudora,
ashamed for
considering
not
that it's
trusting
still open.
yourself.
Yes, they do pick up the Eudora.
Need some stitches?
and
I can
well
help.
as the Melissa. The Melissa is gonna be able to use her ultimate go away in order to, I guess, reflect the Marcel off. So they're both gonna be very,
I might
very
not be a
annoying heroes.
lighted man,
I guess
but I do know my
other
trade.
heroes such as the Bards. Okay, yes, the Bards is still open. I'm not too sure what is still open onto the side for both teams. But I say they do pick up the Brats. The Detona's Welcome is gonna be utilized very annoyingly, I guess, because it's practically a suppress. I mean, I guess it's very annoying. If you're gonna get eaten, especially at the turtle pit, and then he just like chucks you out at your other teammates, and they all get stunned anyways. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they're still on to just second pick. Oh,
They call me a hero
and he
because I
picks up
saved my
the
nation from falling apart.
Oasis. Okay, they picked the jungler very early.
Uranus has awakened.
I guess not really, but Liquidity still has assassins that they
Only
can
love
pick up, such
and
as
night
the Ling or
are
maybe the
everlasting.
Merlin, and decide to pick up the Uranus, and they need to get one body. Looking over to Liquidity.
Sir, what's your
I
command?
can't really see their bands on the screen, but never mind, it's okay. They banned the Sicilian. Oh my god, they banned the Sicilian. I think maybe I can't tell whether they're respecting Aura Wyverns or whether they think that like Aura Wyverns is just full of one tricks. Okay, looking over the Aurons, decide to ban out the Fanny. The Fanny is definitely gonna be very, very annoying. Like once again, as we saw in the previous match, the macro as well as the pick off potential that comes off from the Fanny. Liquidity, I feel like Liquidity is banning like
When you
a
gaze
whole
into the
lineup.
abyss,
You know, you can
the
see.
abyss gazes
Yeah. Oh, they
back.
managed to ban out the Selena. Well, I guess
Gaze
when
upon the
Marcel
edge
first came
of
out,
the
the
void.
Marcel Selena combo was very
Welcome to the
was very
greatest magic
popular.
show of all time!
So I can see why they banned
Butterflies
it.
born by thy wish,
So looking
guided
over to the pick,
by
you see they
lantern's
picked
light.
the Hardy onto the side of Liquidity, and well as the Chusing onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Oh, Aura Wyverns is gonna have a lot of mid pressure, especially from the
Chivalry is
Marcel's
dead,
passive and the
I will
Chusing's
revive
lantern.
it.
And they pick up the clean. The burst damage that will come up from Kenshi, I believe, who was the marksman earlier. And now Liquidity is missing a roamer. Yes, they're missing a roamer. And I believe that... Oh no, it's not open. So both the Atlas and the Bellic have been banned. But Liquidity needs another frontliner as well as like another body in order to protect his teammates, because they have some squishy heroes such as the Melissa, the Eudora, the Harley, and they've decided to pick up the Glue. So GGH will be onto that Glue. Can she... Okay. Once again, I think a very somewhat interesting lineup from Aura Wyverns. Solely, actually, they're both pretty standard. Nothing too surprising. I guess now we'll be seeing whether Aura Wyverns will be able to get 2-0 over Liquidity, or whether Liquidity is going to be able to bring this to a third game. I think it's gonna be very sad if it goes on to I think it'll be very sad if it just ends at 2 games. So I kind of hope that Liquidity wins, but that's just me. No, going on into the match, we see over there Gun as well as Slow Dance just pressuring Liquidity's mid duo over there, GGH as well as VC. Is that a new Glue skin? I've not seen that skin before. Okay, anyways, going on to the mid side, going over, see, is he gonna be able to catch GGH? No, I guess VC and JDH have just opted to go for that factor over there because they know they're not gonna win the poking game against Slow Dance as well as Marine Gun. Oh wow, that's a very high cut by Jiru. Looking over there. Oh, Mini-T gets pulled back. Is Mini-T going back taking down? No. It seems that the juicing may fall down instead. Yes! Creon does first blood slow down. Going over this next Zolt manages to take down Creon as well. A 1-for-1 tree going on over there. Double kill onto Zolt. Very early into the game, 1 minute. And that's gonna be very bad on the side of the video. Oh! Marigan does get killed down by Mini-T with the flicker being popped down by Mini-T. So, as I said earlier, that's gonna be very detrimental on the side of Liquidity, especially with Zolt managing to secure this double kill, especially since Y-Sash is a scaling hero. So with those 2 kills, as well as the farm that he's going to be getting from his other buffs, he's definitely going to be very fed once that turtle is up. But looking over to that bot side over there, it seems that they may want to support early getting onto Kenshi. Looking over at Jiro, who gets pulled over by Slow Dance, but it doesn't really do much to the Uranus. You know, he's a little bit too tanky to feel anything as of right now. And you can see, yes, Zolt is already level 5, almost like halfway to level 6. JGH going over gets immobilized onto Zolt. Zolt manages to run away, but he may get taken back to Reaper, but no, he does not. And unfortunately, Zolt will need to back. Oh no, he does not. No, he does not. He just pops his regen. It's going to be a 4v4 at the turtle pit over here. Okay. Zolt manages to secure the turtle. The butterfly being popped by Slow Dance, and they managed to take down Jaeger Pool. Now, one already knows that they have the upper hand here, so he's just harassing Crayon in his own buff. Crayon may not even get it, yeah. So, you see one, a very happy dinosaur just walking away with that red buff over there, and Crayon does not get anything. Wow. I guess you can see that Aura Ravens definitely won that trade over there. They got the red, they managed to take one, and they managed to take the turtle as well. Oh, Maringan very low over there. Oh, but he does have to be forced to pop that sticker once again. It seems that on the side of Aura Ravens just keeps harassing Liquidity. They always have to be forced to pop their skills, pop their spells as well. Oh, the stun going over, the Creon going over, but Slow Dance manages to ult away in time. Looking over to the bot side over there, GGH. Going on to Kenshi, and Kenshi does pop that flicker. Oh! He decides to use a 6-stick, goes on to Kenshi, but that may be a little bit too far for Xiaoming to follow up. And it seems that GGH may die? Yeah, GGH does get taken down by Kenshi. I don't think that was exactly the smartest decision that could have been made over there. He already had that pressure onto Kenshi. Oh! The ultimate being popped by one, but I think he just barely misses, but it does not matter anyway, so he manages to take out Mini-T with the help of Slow Dance. Yeah, so I was saying, I don't think that was the smartest decision for GGH. Once again, it seems that Jiro may get taken down. Wow, okay, Crayon? Yeah, it seems that Liquidity, they like to go one by one, and then they just get taken down by the likes of Aura Wyverns. GGH once again taken down. Slow Dance may get taken down. Well, he does not with the help of the Visualize going over the Mini-T. Gets taken down once again. I don't think we're seeing a very stellar performance from our last season's champions. It seems that maybe the mental has crumbled a bit after the first game. It seems that despite fighting a losing game, they still treat the map like it's theirs. Like they have total river control and everything, and they just walk up one by one as if they can 1v5. Looking over to the top side though, it seems that they're gonna be launching an onslaught onto Crayon. Oh, Crayon does get the Detona's welcome, and he gets eaten and he does fall. Crayon just trying to defend that turret, but unfortunately he's not gonna be able to. The mid lane gonna be pushed down by the likes of Liquidity. It manages to latch onto Zolt, and Zolt does get killed by Xiaoming. Okay. 3-man stun going over by Mini-T, but unfortunately they will not have enough items as well as enough damage to really take down anyone. if maybe he had one or two more items, I believe that they may be managing to get a kill somewhere over there in that skirmish. But I guess kills are not too important right now. All they really need to do is skill, get their items, and as well as shut down Zolt scaling, which they did a good job of killing Zolt just now previously. But I guess they need to do it more. Oh, same for Creon. Creon also needs his items in order to start really doing the damage. Going over the mid side over there, looking over, manages to get a stick onto the bars, but the bars manages to eat someone, but they have the Confessor able to escape from it and manages to shut down one over there. Xiaoming as well as manages to take down Moringa. But we can see the junglers are just having the time of their lives at the top side. They're just farming, saying hi and bye to each other, and they're gone, while the rest of the team is just brawling over there. Not a very good trade onto the side of Oro Wyvern. As you can see, their game throughout the game, there have been a lot of back and forth. Although it seems that no team so far has been truly very dominant, because it seems that each of them will be making their own little mistakes, as well as, I suppose, maybe overextending. So looking at their match right now, I think it's not really a matter of who's better, but I think it's a matter of who really makes a mistake first that the other team is able to capitalize on. So let's look at the gold difference. There is a 1k gold difference. So we're looking over at the mid left over there, the golden hour being popped over the frozen moment. As we see, Slowdown's trying to go on to the back line, but unfortunately it's not going to be able to do the fight. It's going to be very separated. The 60 going on to, but does not seem to be able to fall down. And look over the mini team manages to get the sun enemy going over. The glue GGH manages to stick on, but unfortunately his team is not able to fall out, and he does fall by the likes of Aura Wyverns. Going over, we see Creon trying to get something onto the enemy, but it does not seem that he is able to fall. It's just not enough damage, just not enough time, and maybe a little bit late of an entry. So all these fights just happening around the map. Although they weren't really fighting for an objective, so even if they did die or use their skills in that fight, it's not gonna be too bad, especially since their objectives, such as that Lord, is not gonna spawn for another 20 seconds. Over the mid side over the Mini T, getting harassed by the Marcel. Oh, Creon trying to go for slow dance, but he does not manage to get his cards because he just hopped into the bush and he saw like 4 other people. Zolt still going on for the bell side. Is he going to die to the golden hour being popped? Manages to save Zolt in time, so he's able to back off. Look over there. We can see Javier going in once again. The stun going popped over there. The slowdown going onto the backline over there. The 6-6 being committed onto that Barats. But it seems that the Barats is a little bit too tanky, so not able to fall. But he does fall to the hands of Xiaoming. Barats getting taken down before that Lord. They're not going to be able to the front line over there. Javier going in for more once again. But that may not have been the best decision going on over there. And he does not fall as he just gets pulled over. You know, gets pulled over by the juicing. The juicing says hi and he just looks back to his team. Not a very good position onto the side of Aura Wyverns once again, because they do not have their front liner of that Barats. It seems as Zolt may try to go for the Lord Steal, but the GGH is holding him at bay. Creon just secures that Lord over there. Moringa gets taken down. Not tanky enough, especially since that Barats is not in the fight, getting picked off over at that bot side over there. Now looking over to Liquidity, they're very happy with this Lord, especially with that takedown at that bot side. Zolt, he gets stunned by Mini T, manages to take down Mini T for free. Oh, maybe not for free, he may just lose his life over here. The 6-6 being committed, he may die. No, he does not. GGH gets taken down by Slow Dance as well as Zolt. Creon going over, but we can see Javier just holding Kenshi and won. So wow, that fight was happening at that second tier. Javier was just holding, separating the fight, making sure that another damage dealer will not be able to join that fight over there. Javier, very annoying with that heal, and being very tanky, very mobile. Manages to get pulled back. Is he gonna select? Oh, it's Mini T. This Thunder Strike manages to take down Slow Dance. You can really see the Eudora shine, especially in those checkpoint areas when they're all grouped up together. Then they all get stunned, all get hit by the Thunder Strike as well. And you can see the Detona's Welcome being popped on over to GGH, and GGH gets picked off. Xiaobing almost managing to take down Wen as well as Maroon Gun. I think especially for Liquidity, they really need to stop going one by one. Because every time they go one by one, you know, Aura Wyverns just takes one and leaves. And for like nothing at all, like they don't get punished because they're very separated from the fight anyways. Looking over to that top side over there, it may just be a battle of junglers, the YSS as well as the Harley. I think they both know over at the top side. I think they both know that someone is there. It's just a matter of who shows their face first. Look over at the top side. Is Zot gonna get taken down by Crayon? Is Crayon gonna hit? Oh, but he pops his ultimate in order to revision. He does not want to get picked off. Crayon just gets shut down by Zot. Killing spree onto Zot. No, the why is this? Sophie, the golden hour being popped on the Dishonor Vulcan as well. Then over manages to speak into 2 Mini T gets taken down. Going on to JGH. JGH gets taken down. The 6-stick does not save him. It does not matter. Do you think? Ultis into the base and manages to survive with a sliver of health. That was very greedy, but I guess he does survive anyways. Kirill being pulled back. Does get pulled back by the juicing. Or Wyvern's looking for the end here. So very low. The one being popped out by Xiaoming and manages to allow him to see another day. Xiaoming very low but gets taken down by Kenshi. The burst going on. Crayon uses ultimate but is not going to do anything to that Marcel, who is still, even though a very sneaky rumor, is still a rumor. Oh, but it seems that Liquidity still wants to contest with Lord. We see that one is very low. And going back on the flicker, going pop onto Kenshi, but Salt does manage to secure the well. One gets taken down, Kenshi very low. But they're just gonna be waiting for that Lord. So it doesn't really matter. Salt! Ultis! Oh, manages to kill Crayon once again. That killing spree is saving him. If not for that killing spree, he definitely would have died there. It would have just been a 1-for-1 trade. It seems like Crayon is trying to do all that he can in order to pick off members on the side of or Wyverns. He can't take down one is too tanky. He can't take down Marine Gun. Marine Gun is also a little bit too tanky, so it would take a bit more time for him to burst him down. And by the time he tries to burst him down, the rest of the members or Wyverns will be there. He can try to find Kenshi, but Kenshi is a bit too bad. He can try to find the Juicing, but the Juicing will ultimate. And he can try to find the Wisest, but the Wisest will just burst him down. This is no winning for Crayon. Now the Lord is marching down. Let's look over on our Wyverns. Are they just going to steal it at a 2-0 going on over there? Nothing much of any Moringa going on for the backline over there. And the Golden Owl is not being popped. The slowdown is already very low. Trying to get the ultimate. And the Detona's Welcome manages to eat 1, spits in 2. Then we see the Golden Owl being popped as well. Manages to get taken down. JGH is dead. Now they don't have the front line anymore aside from Jaber. Then going on to Xiaoming. Xiaoming trying to deal a lot of damage. And we see Moringa. Moringa just managed to get taken down by Crayon. Oh, and Kenshi gets taken by Xiaoming once again. A 1-for-3 trade onto the side of Liquidity. They managed to turn that fight around. Even though they had the Lord marching down onto the mid side, they managed to win that fight with the help of Xiaoming. It seems that our Wyverns, even though he manages P1, he did not eat the right target. He really needed Xiaoming, but although Xiaoming does have that Purify, is Liquidity going to be able to take this game just by that one blunder? I do not think so. But it is possible that they're going to be winning the game with the extra momentum that they have as of now. It is very important that uh Aura Wyverns is able to take down the Melissa, because that Melissa is their is Liquidity's main DS right now. So with the Melissa still alive, the Melissa is just gonna keep hitting and hitting and hitting, and Aura Wyverns is not gonna be able to do anything at all. And they're just gonna die to the Melissa's onslaught. So I believe the game plan here for Aura Wyverns is just to get the Melissa, or even if they can't get the Melissa, at least try to get rid of the frontliners. Although they can't expend too much on the frontliners, because if not, they don't have enough Marine Gun going into base check that bush. So Dan's getting poked down by Xiaoming. So yeah, this is what I mean, because Xiaoming, as you can see, very, very annoying, very, very painful. But it seems that Aura Wyverns may want to play that macro game, because you can see they have to push that bot side over there. But maybe, you know, maybe they don't care. They just ran to bust a lot. The Golden Owl being popped down manages to stun 2. The Tona's Welcome being popped. The Purify over. Javier Pupu gets taken down. Mergan, does he want more? He does want more, but unfortunately he will be forced to back off because of Xiaoming. With Javier taken down, with 28 seconds left onto the clock, they're just waiting for that Lord to come in, as well as along with the minions, so they can finally take that base and secure a 2-0. But I mean, you never know what could happen. They could have defended the base once again, because you can see if Xiaoming is so painful, is Xiaoming gonna get the Lord? And once again, they see the ultimate being popped as well. Jaber gets Xiaoming. Xiaoming gets shuts down Salt. The Golden Owl being popped as well. Double kill onto the side of Xiaoming. Triple kill onto Kenshi. Or Wyverns, they managed to get the right target. They managed to get Xiaoming. But Xiaoming is just too painful. One gets taken down by Crayon, and with one getting taken down, it didn't really utilize the full extent of the Sona's Welcome. So the Melissa manages to escape. It's just 3 hits in everyone. They didn't manage to shut down Xiaoming early, and it seems that Sultan is gonna be the only one left to defend, with one coming up soon. One coming up soon along with Zolts, and they do manage to get that mid inhibitor. And with the Lord spawning up soon, and oh no, the Lord is not spawning up soon. Whoops, the hero was blocking the number, but never mind. But yes, now with Liquidity in control of the map, they're gonna be seeing or trying to see if they can get any of the second tier turrets as of now before the Lord spawns, as well as start fixing up their lanes, because because Aura Wyverns has been winning in their wave management for the past few minutes, especially because they've been having control of the map, winning the fights. So it's very hard for Liquidity to kind of step out of their base, but now they have a little bit more freedom in order to settle all their waves, which is going to be very helpful, especially in the Lord fight. Now it's gonna be a battle of the Lord, but I guess it doesn't really matter who gets the Lord. Okay, it does matter, but even though Aura Wyverns have managed to secure 2 Lords, Liquidity has also managed to defend those 2 Lords. So it may not be who wins the Lord, but who wins the fight. Looking over to the bot over there, it's just gonna be a full 5v5 brawl, and they definitely need to get rid of Xiaoming. Oh, it's being eaten over there. We see very low. The Golden Owl being popped onto 2 Crayon onto that backline over there. So very low, but he will be able to survive. Javier manages to escape as well. But after that skirmish over there, we see GGH is taken down. It seems that Liquidity may not want to give this block without a fight. A flicker being popped on. A flicker being popped down. Xiaoming manages to take down Slow Dance as well as Salt. I think that those kills is really credited to Mini Game with the flicker, as well as that stun going on to those members over there, allowing Xiaoming to just hit them for free and manage to take them down. So finally, onto the side of finally onto the side of Liquidity, they managed to secure a lord away from Oral Wyverns. And considering that now it is a 21-minute game, the lord is going to be very painful, and with the help of the Melissa as well as the rest of the members of Liquidity, they're going to be able to just merge down that mid. Although I'm pretty sure they do want to get that second tier first, they're going to be able to march down and potentially get that base turret. It doesn't seem like Aura Wyvern's clearing speed is exactly the best. So they really need to be focused on clearing that lord as well as those waves. Now, with all the members on the side of Liquidity, they are marching down the mid side, manages to take down one, but no, he does not. The golden hour being popped over there, going onto the backline. One manages to survive with the immortality. They're going over, we're seeing Moringa gets taken out by Mini T. Not very low, but there's the minion still crashing onto that base turret. Kenji manages to take down Crayon with the long distance break burst. The rest of the members of Liquidity, they know that they do not have their Harley as well as the rest, as well as the damage dealers. So we're looking over to see GGH. They know they really need to play their time. Maybe play it a bit slower. Try to get those altitude turrets over there because they aren't able to force in them anymore without their minions as well as Korean down. Then we see one is very low but uses Zuno's welcome in order to escape. Zolt from the back line. Is he looking for some kind of angle flank? But unfortunately, Liquidity is gonna be a little bit too far off to the side in order for him to really find anything. A 23-minute game in our game 2. And now the lord is up once again. Both teams' bases are practically cracked open. Any lord right now could spell the end for any of these teams. So it's very important that they secure this lord right now. Or even if they do not secure this lord, at least try to get a wipeout or 3-man off. The ultimate beam, the mountain shotgun beam popped out by the Wisest manages to real melee people onto the side of the map. We see one just getting poked down by that Melissa. The Melissa long range poking is very annoying, especially to heroes like that Barat who will die to heroes like the Melissa. Xiaoming just bursting the lord as well as the likes of or Wyverns at the same time. Oh, that was a blunder by one! The Tesrona's welcome, the golden hour as well as getting popped. You see, one is very low, but now you don't have the Tesrona's welcome, so they know they have a lot of space. The stun being popped on onto the slowdown going over there. You see, Korean onto the backline manages to take down Slow Dance. And nothing else? And nothing else again against taken. We see Zolt trying to look for something at the L over there. I think GGH may have spotted him, as we can see that Crayon is clearing that bot side, so we know that they do not have that jungler as well as a retribution in order to secure this lord, so they will have to reset it. It may just be a bit, waiting for Crayon to come back. One trying to show vision around the lord, hopefully giving a chance to Zolt to steal this lord back. And you see 1-1, he gets poked down by the likes of Liquidity and Xiaoming. Xiaoming gets taken down by Zolt. They finally do not have their TPS. Mini T gets taken down by Kenshi. GGH, you're supposed to defend your teammates. You're supposed to protect your teammates. But now both your Eudora as well as your Melissa is taken down. It does not look very good onto the side of Liquidity. It seems that they may lose this second game and lose to Aura Wyverns. The four of them are marching down the mid side with one cannon. GGH, Crayon as well as Javier being left to defend for the Tuna's welcome being popped onto the GGH. I think GGH does get taken down, but we see that Javier is holding that minion over there, trying to ensure that it does not go into their base so they don't. And Kenshi gets a double kill onto Crayon, and Crayon just gets taken down. He just gets taken down just like that. Zero trying all that he can to defend, but unfortunately it is a wipeout onto the side of Liquidity, and our Wyverns takes this match as well as this series. A very long game onto the side of a very long game for this second match, but our Wyverns will emerge victorious. I think I can see there's a lot of, honestly, a lot of disconnection between the members of Liquidity. It kind of seemed like everyone was playing their own game. It really seemed that everyone was playing their own game as well, as compared to Aura Wyverns, who seemed a little bit more cohesive, especially when they were planning, as you could see at that last Lord fight over there. Even though GJH was at the back line, they went for the Eudora, went for the Melissa, managed to take down those two. And the moment those two died, I think it kind of spelled out that it was going to be Aura Wyvern's victory, especially since the Liquidity wouldn't have their main DPS anymore. Well, I think that's a very maybe sad, maybe a little bit disappointing performance from our last season's champions. But I guess that always goes to show that maybe there's always a better team, there's always better players, and I guess you'll find them in this tournament. You'll find them in Project Zero. Okay. Okay. So that was our first match of today, and I think there's a lot more exciting matches that's going to be lined up with the other teams that have not been showed yet in the regular season. For some of you that may not know, some of these teams these 4 teams are the invited teams to Project Zero. Why are they invited, you may ask? It's because they played in the first season of Project Zero and they have showed results, I believe, in the top 4. And as of right now, I believe we'll be going into a 15-minute break. So do stay tuned for the rest of our matches. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Project Zero. So now we'll be having our second match of today. So it's going to be Team Valhalla versus Team Mayhem. Some of y'all may remember Team Mayhem from MPLQ 2 seasons ago, and it seems that they are here to make a comeback. So looking now, let's look at the map selection, and it is going to be Flying Cloud. Okay, so now we're gonna be just very fast into the match. Now let's look over to the bands from Valhalla Gaming as well as Team Mayhem. So I mean, I think pretty standard. I think we're gonna see some Hirara band, some Eudora band, some uh Atlas, Belleric. I think pretty standard.
Different
I
perspectives
think
expose
potentially
the
they
same
may ban
truth.
something like the Selena
2,
because
1.
from over the side of Valhalla because
Even the
of Team Mayhem.
fullest
Team Mayhem
bloom
they have a very strong Selena
pales
player as their
before the
mid laner.
scattering
So
petals.
looking over the ban, they decide to ban the Marcel. Okay, so they've gotten rid of the Marcel. Team Mayhem has gotten rid of the
I am a
Hirara.
daughter
Okay,
of Northern Vale.
gotten rid
I
of the
swear
Hirara.
to protect it
Then
till my
Valhalla is
last
getting rid
breath.
of the Freya. Very fast bans compared to the previous round actually. No, Team Mayhem looking over to what to ban. Valhalla is first pick, I believe, so maybe they might get rid of something like the Eudora. Or
Need some
I'm
stitches?
not too
I
sure.
can help.
They've gotten rid of the Melissa. I don't know. I have like one friend who is like the glow on Melissa, and he swears by Melissa Arrival. So maybe someone will blame Melissa Arrival. I'm not know. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, let's look over at their bands once again. It is going to be okay. Let's guess. Let's guess. Belleric. Belleric. Are they going to ban Rights Franco? I don't know whether people still remember that Rights used to have like a period where he
You
just
should be
kept saying
ashamed for
Franco
not
and then people
trusting
just banned it
yourself.
out of respect. Okay, it is a Eudora ban on the side of Valhalla, even though they are first pick. Maybe they want to open something else, such as the Belleric and the Atlas, and they want to first pick that instead. So they decided to just ban out the Eudora. Or maybe Jingo just doesn't really like the Eudora pick. I'm not too sure.
They call me
So
a
looking over
hero
to Team Mayhem,
because
they
I saved
decide
my
to ban
nation
out
from
the
falling apart.
YSS. This is a very interesting ban for the first three. It may be because they want to ban out Kree's hero pool. Because if I remember correctly, he is very comfortable on that YSS. So I can see why. I can see why they would ban it. Now looking over to Valhalla, they're picking once again. They are the first pick. They may want to pick up that Atlas,
The ocean
potentially.
is not
Potentially
just
that
our
Atlas.
home.
Yes, and they do pick up
It
that Atlas.
is who
Now looking over
we
to Team
are.
Mayhem, the Belleric is still open. So they may pick something like the Belleric or the Paquito. The Paquito is still open actually. Yeah, they might pick up something like the Paquito as well as the Belleric. The Paquito, like I said, there's a lot of flex potential. It can be flexed into EXP, can be flexed into jungle, can be flexed into gold, and the Belleric is just there for any sort of counter gate, especially with the Wrath of the Dryad. And yeah, they do pick up the Paquito, quite standard. Paquito as well as
Mighty oaks from little
I'm still thinking it's the Belleric.
acorns
Yes, and he does
grow.
pick up the Belleric. Oh shit, I can become a drafter already. Damn. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, but now this is where thing gets a little bit tricky. Okay. Wait. Is there still anything that's meta that's open? I have no idea. Oh yeah, talking about that. Yeah. If you look over at Team Mayhem, that you see like Split Cutie. So Split Cutie was like I believe he's a substitute from like their main jungler. It's been such a long time since I've seen Split Cutie in community tournaments actually. So I think it's quite surprising to see. Now looking over to Valhalla Gaming's draft, we do know that Jingo
Come and
really
join
loves
me
his
in my
Kimi.
dream world.
The night
He
sky
may pick
tells
up
all.
Kimi or maybe he does pick he picks up the Lunox and they pick up the Esme in order to answer that Paquito. Now looking over to Team Mayhem, they are gonna have the last pick for this band pick phase. They might pick up something like the mid laner, maybe mid laner marksman. I'm not too sure. because they might want to keep the Paquito more of text pick, so they may not want to review whether it's like ESP, jungle, or gold. So potentially maybe just pick up the mid laner first.
I do
And no,
what
they
I
decided to pick up the
want to
Dairoth.
do.
Okay, so they decided to pick up the Dairoth. So I'm gonna assume it's a Dairoth EXP, a Dairoth EXP, and then Paquito, maybe jungler, maybe gold laner. I think most likely is jungler. So now Team Mayhem will be having that ban
Welcome to
over
the
here.
greatest magic show of
Bans
all
out
time.
the Harley for the jungler. I think maybe they want to ban out some kind of uh those junglers that can and will go for those pickups. So maybe the Harley, maybe they might ban something like Nolan or Ling later on, or maybe Fanny. But I don't think Kree knows how to play Fanny, so I'm not too sure. Now looking up to Valhalla, they need to ban off something like the mid laner since they already picked up the mid laner for Jingle. I believe Jingle already has that Lunox. So they're going to need something like probably just gonna ban out a mid laner. Uh hmm. I'm not too sure whether they're aware
When you gaze
of
into
the
the
enemy's
abyss,
hero pool.
The
And
abyss
I see my
gazes
Melissa
back.
arrival friend has entered the chat. So now, okay, so yes, they are aware. So they do ban out the Selena. I'm pretty sure the Selena is more of a respect ban on the side of Team Mayhem because the Selena, especially in the hands of a good player like Super Prince, it's very very annoying. The stuns will always land. You're not gonna be able to do anything, and there's gonna be a lot of river pressure, especially with the so you're gonna be scared because you don't know what a Selena is gonna
I'm
be, what a stun
born
is
with
gonna come from,
talent.
and it's gonna be a Guinevere van onto the side of Mayhem, trying to get rid of. I think a lot of Kree's jungles. You can see that four of his jungles have been banned out. So looking over to Valhalla, they have one more ban slot. They might ban. This is a bit of a far stretch, but they might ban the Kagura because I know that Team Mayhem's mid laner, they are very good at that Kagura, so they might just ban it. Valhalla, but I guess Valhalla's thinking very hard. It's their last band slot. I can kind of understand. You're kind of thinking of whatever that they're gonna play, and they also need to think about where this Dairoth and where this Paquito is going. Although it's still very open, maybe they can still switch it up. Maybe they can still pick
I didn't
another
cure the
jungler,
pain.
have this Paquito
I
go in
harness
EXP,
it.
and decide to ban the Valentina onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. So, Team Mayhem won't be able to use the Valentina and take any of their ultimates. So you're looking over the side of Team Mayhem.
Falling
Now they're going to
stars
have to
brought us
pick.
here.
Is that a pick? Oh, they picked the Novara. So the Novara recently has had a buff, and it's one of my favorite heroes, honestly. So they picked the Novara. The Novara recently had the buff of 80% movement speed boost, I believe. So it's definitely going to hit a little bit harder in the early to mid as well as the late. And I've seen Novara in I believe I've seen it in the pro scene as well in MPL as well as MPL IDs because their professional leagues have been starting as of now, and I want to see how this Novaria is going to pop off, especially in that match later. So now looking on to Valhalla Gaming's picks, they're going to need something to answer that Novaria
Still waters
and
run
reach that
deep.
backline. So I'm assuming they're going to pick the assassin, yes, as they picked up the Ling. And now they need
Pain
a
is the proof that I'm
and they
still
picked up the
alive.
Brody. So the Brody is gonna be our it's definitely gonna pop off that mid game, but we aren't too sure what the Brody is going to lane yet because we aren't 100% sure on who is the GOAT laner. So we're either gonna see whether Team Mayhem is gonna pick up a pure marksman as of right now, or whether they're gonna play a GOAT laner. But looking onto the side of Valhalla Gaming, there's someone that can do the long lane, they have the late game from the Lunox, they got DPS, they got poking, they got damage. Now let's look over to Team Mayhem. They still have that last pick, the countdown that's going down as of right now. Let's look over what are they going to pick. They're going to pick that Moskov in order to settle that long no lane as well. So if I am not wrong, yes, it is the Paquito jungle, the Dire of EXP. Yeah. Then the Moskov Golden, obviously. Uh, I think Team Mayhem does really need a lot of scaling though, especially with that Moskov Novara as well as that Parquito, the Darov is for the SME. We already saw this matchup earlier for the Darov and the SME, and the Darov did win quite hard. So we're going to see what happens in this match. I believe that we will be loading into the game soon. So this is our first match against Valhalla Gaming versus Team Mayhem, our second series of the day, in fact. And I'm not sure whether we're going to see a 2-0 or a 2-1 as of at the moment. Because previously against Liquidity and I believe Aura Wyverns, it was a 2-0. So I'm not too sure whether the same is going to happen as of now. So now let's look over to the game. We see the Atlas and the Lunas are taking two very different sides, one on the left, one on the right, as well as but Novaria and the Belicon, and I think has opted to stay at the same side over there. I guess looking at the mid lane phase, it's a little okay. They are looking for that fast clear over there. Looking over to the bot side over there, the Darok is pressuring the SME pretty hard. I think Kree might try to look for the early game rotation in order to help Drunk Dolphin get Lem off his back, because the Darov against the SME or any kind of tanky hero in general just wins. Like it's just very annoying. So I guess nothing too much happening. Oh, looking over to that top side, it seems that Dog Lover is leading Suju. Winning Suit very hard over there, so it's not gonna be a fun game for Suit. They're looking over to the mid side over there. Rights is very low, and he gets taken down by Jingo as Kek first blood onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. Oh, a snipe going onto Bowie. Bowie almost gets taken down by the Novaria. If he was just a little bit less tanky, it may have just been a 1-for-1 trade onto the side of Mayhem. Now, I guess both junglers are level 4. We're gonna see what happens, any skirmish that happens at the top side. Like I do, trying to find a snipe, a cheeky little snipe going over at the L over there. Right, a little bit too far away, but it seems Please manages to take down Bowie. And now it is 1-1 across the scoreboard. Looking over to that mid side over Kree. Ever waiting. Is he going to look over for a pick off onto that Moskov? And he is! The Tempest of Blades being popped on 1 blade, 2 blade. It manages to make Dog Lover very low, but Split manages to take that critical as well. They manage to pressure that gold lane, but they have not exactly gotten a trade as of yet. Now looking over to Bowie, who's opening that red buff over there, knowing that the likes of Team Mayhem is definitely over there. The draft from the drive being popped onto Tree, but Golem manages to take down Bowie. Well, okay, so there's a lot of cross-map plays happening over there. Something happening at the top side, something happening at the turtle, something happening at the red. Looking over to that bot side over there, in fact, but Drunk Dolphin manages to be taken up by the likes of Split QT as well as like I do, making it winning lane for Lem. Even though he was already winning hard enough, Liquor point popped by Su going onto Dog Lover, as well as the Dark Ultimate being popped by Jingle and he gets taken down. At the top side over there, right, so he's trying to defend his jungler's buff, but unfortunately, his jungler is just not there. His jungler is just at the blue, so it seems like Kree is just gonna take that for free along with the help of his retribution. And if we look at the bot side turret, Lem has practically gotten the entire shoot. Oh, let's look over to the blue over there. The Fatal Ring being popped onto the Paquito. The Tempest is being popped a little bit too early as well. Jingle as Kai using the Dark Ultimate, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to do anything. Light Ultimate being popped in order to save his skin, and Split QT gets taken down by Kree Ever Waiting. A lot of skirmishes happening across the map. I think this is a lot more exciting compared to the previous series, because it seems that the previous series we kept waiting for something to happen, whereas as of right now, the other teams they just keep taking and taking and taking. They just keep taking the fights wherever they want, wherever they see it, and they're basically just doing whatever they want. Like they don't care whether it's a 1v3, they don't care. And then we look at the bot side. Oh, I didn't even realize the bot side. It's already been taken down, and it's been 4 minutes. It's been 4 minutes, and the bot side is already gone. I don't think Valhalla Gaming will be too happy about it with the bot crack open. Especially now, we're gonna be entering about 5 minutes into the game, where all the turret shields have been taken down, and it's gonna be much easier to take your turrets. and they don't even have to worry so much about the boss side away from the Riots being popped down a bit too prematurely by Riots, and unfortunately it's not gonna be able to take down Kree ever waiting. Now, oh, the light ultimate being forced to pop, but he gets taunted by Rights and he gets taken out by Split QT. Looking over to the top side over there. Oh, but the Tempest of Blaze is being popped down in order to back off by Split QT. Looking over at the top side over there, the SOD was being used and he gets sniped down by Like I Do, the Star Shatter, managing to take down Such. Such is kind of like the it's kind of the damage insurance as of right now, but I mean, he does have a 2-on-1 KDA, but if he's gonna get taken down like that, then Dog Lover is just gonna be able to get that turret for free, get that scaling, get his items. Oh, and Bowie gets taken down by Split QT once again. Let's look over to that mid. One person alone can answer them because them right now is very painful. So they need to answer and put a lot of resources just to answer them at that bot side. And while they're answering them at the bot side, they're gonna be disturbing the mid, disturbing the top, as you can see by Dog Lover over there, just pushing the turret for free. And there's nothing that Team Valhalla can do anything about it. So if you're looking over to that mid side over there, it just seems that Valhalla is giving the space for free. It's just giving everything for free. Kree trying to steal something, manages to jump off the wall. Does try to get him around the sea, but the Tempest of Blaze Bowie going on for the back line over there. Tries to use the Fatal Links onto two. Such, I don't think he has enough damage to do anything, however. And the Light All is going to be caught. Bowie gets taken out, even though that was such a beautiful flank as well as an ultimate. It's not going to be able to do anything if you do not have damage. Right. Their idols, they need to get their farm. They need to stop taking their fights, or at least if they take the fights, try to get a pick off onto the enemy. Oh, going on very aggressive Lem and is forced to pop the flicker, but he is getting chased down by Bowie. Bowie manages to stun him and gets Dark All popped by the Lunox, but he's just a little tanky, so much life steal, and he gets a double kill onto Drunk Dolphin as well as the others. Bowie gets taken down as well. Let's look over to the top side where the Dog Lover onto Kree. Is Kree managed to escape? Kree does manage to escape, but he does not get the tower. Even though Kree has been trying his best to split push. He's trying to get something across the map, something across the enemy. He can't get the turtle, he can't get the turret because Dog Lover is just defending the turret with his life. It is now a 8k gold difference onto the side of Team Mayhem. 8k gold difference over Team Valhalla. I guess they're going to show the reason why they are MPLQ MPLQ standard. Although there have been a lot of roster changes, I think the roster is completely different besides to the Roamer, which is right. Looking over at the bot side, you see Kree. Kree gets taken down by Split QT. I think y'all may not know who Split QT is, but I believe I've seen him in community tournaments before. And I think it's been such a long time since I've seen him. I think he went to Valhalla. Oh, the double Fatal Links being popped onto the enemy Split QT. And you see once again, they just managed to get away. Such tries to pop the flicker, but he does not manage to use the total pop memory in order to take it down. And Split QT manages to take Such down instead. Really, there's not much that you can do with that different. Oh, the SOD being popped onto Jingo and managed just to snipe him all the way from that blue buff. The double, this is like a double projectile combo. You have the stun, you have the Star Shatter from the Novaria, you have the SOD from the Moscow. So even if you're one line away from dying because of that Novaria damage, you're not safe as long as that Moscow has that SOD and he's willing to commit it onto the player. Wow, okay. So, looking over to the gold gap. The gold gap has just been increasing and increasing and increasing. It's like 11k gold gap, 11k gold gap. Oh, Jingle, he does have that Sky Piercer for his item. Okay, that does kind of explain why he does not have the damage. But Jingle really needs to get some sort of kills in order to scale. Maybe he can pop off, get the damage, his Dark Ultimate and stuff, in order to turn this game around, but as of right now, it does not seem possible. Looking over to the bot side, however, Kree left with one line. You couldn't barely even see his health onto that on the screen there, and like I do that Novaria, very annoying. The Star Shatter just being thrown out left and right, and if they don't dodge it, they're just gonna be half health. They're gonna regen back. They're gonna regen, go back to the base, go back to the, go back out, just get sniped by the Novaria once again. So it writes a little bit of BM there, standing in front of the base, because he knows that even if he stands in front of that, it doesn't even matter, because Valhalla is not going to be able to kill him anyways. So they're going to be cracking open this mid side over here. They're not even going to wait for Lord. They think that, like, you know, I got one cannon, I have the rest of my teammates. I think that's enough. I think Team Mayhem has definitely scaled very well since the early game. So, and there was just no stopping them. Really just no stopping them. There's a lot of, it was a loss at the top, a loss at the bot. The Astro Echo being popped over there does not land on anyone, the Star Shatter. Now looking over to that bot side over there. The bot side is going to get taken down practically for free. It doesn't look like Valhalla. Jingle very low just from one skill from that Novaria really shows how terrifying the Novaria can be. Bowie gets taken down by air. Seems like teammates just going to take this game. The Temples of Blaze being popped onto the Novaria. Kree, is he going to get punished for his actions? But it seems that Rice is just going to focus onto that base. But what can a tank do? It seems that Suji is alone in order to defend the base, and I don't think he's gonna be able to defend the base. And you see the onslaught of Team Mayhem manages to take the first game with the base, and the base has been popped. Wow, I think that felt like a very, very one-sided game. If we look over at the, let's look over at the medals. So, oh no, so Drunken Dolphin is bronze. You have two bronze, Bowie and Drunk Dolphin. I guess. I mean, it's not really their fault. They have to tank every turn, so of course they would die more. And unfortunately, they just can't tank enough, or at least they try to tank, but it's like the likes of Mayhem is just too fame. You see Lem is just winning his lane. You see Dog Lover winning his lane. So there's really no coming back from that, especially for Team Valhalla. If it had went on a little bit longer, maybe Team Valhalla may have been able to come back, but Team Mayhem kind of just said like, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna end the game right here, right now, while we're already still playing. We already have momentum, we already have, we already have like this kill gap as well as this objective gap. So of course we're gonna take the game and we're just gonna win. So looking over to let's see the damage. Look at the damage on the Novaria. The Novaria is at 31% damage that's going on over there. So you can see how much damage that Novaria is dealing, especially when she is very, very free, flying just like, across the map and everything, just shooting from very safely out of arm's reach from Valhalla Gaming. I think Valhalla, their draft was very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Valhalla was very interesting. They picked up that Lunox very quickly. I guess it is because of comfort pick, because I see Jingle, he's very comfortable onto that Lunox as well as that Kimi. So I think the second match will be starting now. It is currently a 1-0. So I hope that maybe Team Valhalla, maybe they'll be able to take this match back. Let's look at the map. The map is going to be Flying Cloud. So we're gonna be able to see even more fights that's happening across the map with the help of that flying cloud. So they're just gonna be flying, back and forth. Maybe one guy is gonna be down, and it doesn't even matter because once one guy is down, they're just gonna be flying back across the map. So let's look over to the bands of Team Mayhem. I think Team Mayhem, since they already have this win, they already have this momentum, they're gonna think that our draft is.
They call me a
Like
hero
pretty okay.
because I
Our draft is
saved my
working out. I
nation
think they're
from
gonna keep
falling
the same
apart.
bands, and they have banned that YSS once again. Although YSS for the first ban, very interesting. Okay, so their first ban YSS, Valhalla Gaming. I don't think they'll want Team Mayhem to pick up that Hirara. I don't think they'll want Team
You should be
Mayhem to pick up
ashamed
that
for not
Hirara on that
trusting
first pick, so
yourself.
they might ban that. Okay, they decided to ban the Eudora instead. So we have Hirara still open, Atlas still open, Valeric still open, but I don't think Team Mayhem will be too scared of that Atlas being open, especially since you saw how they played earlier. They didn't really care about the Atlas. The Atlas used the Fatal Links and tried to pull the enemy or try to pull Team Mayhem, but it didn't really work out because there wasn't any fallout from the rest of the team. So it didn't really matter that the Atlas standard the ulti anyways, as long as Team Mayhem were able to segregate the team fight and make sure that the damage dealers
Welcome
weren't
to the
involved at
greatest
all.
magic show of
So
all
looking over Team
time.
Mayhem, they have the ban
Even the
onto that
fullest
Harley.
bloom hails
Since I bet Harley
before the
instant ban
scattering
of the Kirara
petals.
from Valhalla Gaming. Team Mayhem, it just seems that they're trying to lock down Kree. I feel like these events are
Need
very
some
targeted
stitches?
against
I
Kree.
can
I
help.
think their game plan. Okay, so they got rid of Melissa, but looking at the YSS and the Harley band, it seems that they're thinking that if we don't give Kree any of his comfort picks, then I don't think he's gonna be able to perform. And if the jungler is not able to perform, then Valhalla Gaming is gonna have a very hard time because the jungler is not comfortable. And if the jungler is not comfortable, it's not gonna be able to, maybe get their retry, maybe potentially get invaded as well. So let's see Valhalla Gaming with their ban. So sometimes I'm assuming they're gonna pick some kind of diver. So yes, Valhalla Gaming does ban the Paquito in response due to that Melissa ban. So looking over the Team Mayhem, they're
Different perspectives expose the same truth.
yeah, I think they would like to pick the they do pick the Marcel. Okay, this is very interesting. So they pick out the Marcel. They might do the Marcel Selena combo. They might do it. But I've actually never really seen Rights pick up the Marcel before. I've always seen Rights as more of a setup, like setter, tank kind of player.
I am
So
a
I
daughter
think
of
him
Northern
on that
Vale.
Marcel will
I
definitely be very
swear to
interesting.
protect it till
Valhalla
my
Gaming
last
picks
breath.
up that Freya
Mighty
from
Oaks from
Dolphin, I
Little
believe, as well as
Acorn
the
Grove.
Beleric. So the Beleric is gonna counter any sort of engage or dives. So the Wrath of the Dryad will be there for any counter engage. Looking over to Team Mayhem, they're gonna pick up. I don't think too many meta picks are open as of the moment. Besides maybe something like Rafaela. But Rafaela isn't too good here because
When
it
you
will just
gaze
be a
into the
double support.
abyss,
And they do pick up the
the
Selena. Okay,
abyss
I'm really
gazes
looking for it. I'm very excited to see the Selena pick because I
Sir,
know that Team
what's your
Mayhem's mid
command?
laner is very good at that Selena. And decided to just pick up the Fanny. Wow, okay. So Team Mayhem, they definitely need a frontliner as of right now. Because usually I think if you've seen in like MPL PH or MPL ID, we've seen that usually when they pick up the Marcel, they pick up something like a Fredrin as the jungler because they do need a frontliner because if not, the material mid will be very squishy. But I guess as long as their EXP laner is something tanky, it won't matter too much. So as long as Valhalla Gaming picks up some
The Immortal One
perhaps
chose
a
me to
Valen,
vanquish the
because they no, they
shadows
pick up a
that
Suno.
plague
But I
this
think Valhalla
world.
Gaming really needs to ban any sort of frontliner as of right now. So maybe something like Barats, I believe. Maybe something like Barats. Because Team Mayhem, as I said earlier, really needs some kind of body. And I think Lem. I'm not too sure whether Lem plays Barats. I'm pretty sure Lem has a very big hero pool, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe like something like Barat, something like Uranus, or maybe Team Mayhem just doesn't care at all, and they're just gonna pick whatever they want. So let's just like look over to what they're gonna ban, what they're gonna pick. So looking over
I might
to
not be a
Valhalla Gaming,
lighted
they're
man,
going
but
to
I do know my
ban the
traits.
Barats. Okay, so they do ban the Barats. I guess they kind of realized that Team Mayhem does need some kind of tanky person to just soak up everything. So looking at what Team Mayhem now, you're going to
Come
have
and
the
join
band
me
support.
in my
Might
dream
ban the Valen,
world.
no, they decide to ban the Lunox instead for Jingo. I guess Jingo did show that he is kind of comfortable onto that Lunox, so they've decided to ban it out. So Valhalla Gaming back onto the ban once again. I'm still predicting that it's a Uranus. Is it Uranus? Is it? I don't know. I'm kind of just waiting to see. Also, Valhalla was playing last season as well, in season 1 of Project Zero. Okay, they do better Uranus. Wow, okay. Guys, I promise I'm not cheating. I promise. Okay, so, oh yeah, talking about Valhalla Gaming. I think okay, your lineup is exactly the same, except for the Roma, which is Bowie. Oh, actually, that's kind of funny. Since you may have their lineup from MPLQ is totally different except for the Rover. And Valhalla Gaming, the lineup is exactly the same except for the Rover. Both Rovers. Now looking over to Valhalla Gaming. They're missing a mid laner as well as, I am assuming, a goat laner. Yeah, and they've decided to personal Jingo. Because, I mean, they haven't picked their mid laner yet, so obviously they will ban the Donox and the Kimi. Because Jingo is very well known for his Kimi. So I'm assuming that Jingo might play the Valen. I think he might play the Valen, but I'm not 100% sure.
Always on the way.
And they pick up the Matilda. Oh. Maybe
Even the
maybe the
strongest of
Matilda
clerics
is the
failed to
Rover,
claim
then
me.
the Beleric is EXP, Freya. Is that a Bane? Are we going back to the previous meta? Are we going back to the previous meta of the Vayne gold lane? Okay, I'm gonna assume this is going to
So,
be a
who's
Vayne.
next?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I start coughing and couldn't believe myself. Vayne and Sun. Okay, it seems that Team Mayhem. Maybe they thought the previous match was a little bit too easy for them, and they decided to pick up the Vayne as well as the Sun. Okay, so Valhalla Gaming. I'm going to assume that it's a Beller EXP, Freya gold lane, and Matilda roam, and they're just missing a mid laner as of right now. Or maybe they want to do some kind of unorthodox draft, and it's like a Matilda mid lane. Akai! Okay, so this is very interesting. Okay. Wait, okay. I need to look at the players. Okay, wait, who's who? Wait, who did they swap to? Okay, so Such is on Freya. So that's gold lane. Bowie is on Matilda. So it's an Akai mid lane. So you have an Akai mid lane for Jingo, because Jingo is playing Akai. Jingo! Oh my god, Jingo is on the Akai. Wait, okay. This is like a monumental moment. I've never seen this before. And then, okay, EXP Belleric. Okay, so for Valhalla Gaming at the level 4 turtle, they're gonna be very scary because they have the Matilda. Okay, they have the Akai ulti and they have the Belleric ulti. And if the Freya rotates over, then they got the Valkyrie Descent that's gonna come over and just like whack off Team Mayhem. But Team Mayhem has the Marcel Selena combo. So if they're able to have that mid pressure that's going on before the game, before the level 4, then it doesn't really matter because they'll make sure that they don't even have that level 4. So going on into the game over here, we look over 3 on that Suyo, and we see Bowie just harassing the likes of Spitsuki as well as like I do in their own farm. I guess nothing much going on over there. Can we panel Almet over to the mid area, please? Thank you. So, going over, a lot of poking going on over at the mid side. The Petrify being popped over there, like I do. I think he might die. The regen being popped out, saving like I do from certain death over on the mid side. Very close to getting pulled down. It is not something you might expect, especially with a combo as strong as the Marcel plus the Selena. Although we've seen this happening a lot, I guess, in the previous match as well, but it doesn't really matter because of the Flying Cloud. And look over at Split QD's buff. They're trying to look for the invade, but they're thinking, oh, it's Flying Cloud. You're gonna be back very soon anyways. Okay, look over there. Right's going on for the back line over there. We look over the like I do get managing to land that stun over there, harassing the members of Valhalla Gaming. Now let's over to that mid side over there, right? Going on to Bowie over there, looking over at like I do manages to clear that wave. No, very fast. A lot of things happening across the map. So the turtle is going to spawn very soon. Like I do manage to get that kill onto Bowie maybe. Oh, Split Cutie looking for something cut throat onto Bowie. First blood. 4. Oh, Korea really manages to take down Lem. I didn't even realize all that was happening over there at the turtle pit. So the cutie manages to use his control, manages to take down Bowie, but I guess it's not a very even trade because Bowie manages to get I guess because it's Roamer for EXP later, and EXP is very important, especially at that turtle site. And Lem, I realized Lem is on Purify. I guess it's trying to give some respect to Drunk Dolphin as well as Jingle. The rights over there, trying to slow down the members of Team Valhalla Gaming. Sush gets taken down by Spikity because Spikity is trying to invade over there. The heavy spin going locked onto Lem, and Lem dies once again. Not a very good look, Lem. Okay, the circling eagle being popped onto Rice. Rice gets taken down by Jingle. Is this unorthodox strategy working? The Abyssal Arrow manages to land onto Jingle and gets finished off by Split Cutie. Okay, so maybe this unorthodox strategy is working a little bit, but I guess it's also because Team Mayhem is kind of trolling. Bowie gets taken down once again. Oh, I just realized that. Okay, so we have 2 Purifies for Bowie and Such. Purify? Huh. Bowie and Such are on Purify. So you're very scared of the Selena, that's it? Okay, let's look over to that bot side over there, and we see Split Cutie tries to take down Bowie, but he does get the heavy spin as well as the Golden Hour as well as the Wrath of the Dryas being popped on, but Drunk Dolphin does not hit anyone. Look over the Jingle. Jingle manages to escape with a sliver of health. Kree ever waiting, trying to pop off on the rest of the enemies, but he does not manage to take one, but they are able to escape and back off from his team members. So, looking over to Valhalla Gaming, it seems that the tempo has slowed down a little bit, especially with Split Cutie managing to get these pickoffs onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. So they really need to look out for Split Cutie, try to see if they can potentially shut him down or at least make him like kind of useless. Oh, looking over the boss side, Kree manages to take down Lem once again. It seems that Lem is kind of a feeding ground for Valhalla Gaming, getting like you're kind of getting those free kills onto Lem. Such gets taken down once again by Dog Lever and Split Cutie. Look at Kree. So Kree is getting that bot side farm. He is currently 3-0-1, having like 100% teamfight participation rate for his team. Look over to right, and like I do at the turtle pit, nothing too much happening. Oh, the heavy spin being committed actually, I believe. Onto like I do, chasing like I do all the way to that mid-right river. Jingle manages to take down like I do, looking over back to the turtle over there. Now they're 1 man down. Over there, so the Golden Hour being committed over there. The stun being popping, the Wrath of the Dryas manages to spawn multiple shots down. Split Cutie, mega kill for Kree ever waiting, and double kill for Kree to take down Rights. Dog Lover still left alive, but very little health. And it's not gonna be able to do anything. Mangle Lord Lem just to defend that mid turret. Tries to defend the bot turret as well. The Valkyrie's descent is going to be popped onto Lem. Is Such going to commit all the way? Yes, he does. But with a passing rift from right, he's going to be able to secure Lem's life. And Such is going to back away, play a little bit more safe. Let's look over to that mid side over there. You see the turret is going to get pushed in 4 members on the side of Mayhem, trying to defend that turret over there, trying to secure the buff for Split Cutie, because Split Cutie is not going to have as much impact without that blue buff, but unfortunately it does get taken away by Kree ever waiting. Where we see Jingle post that heavy spin. Not really doing too much with that heavy spin, but it's okay because that's not enough. There's the Wrath of the Dryas as well as the flicker being popped onto Tree, the taunt, but I don't think there's much of a follow-up because remember that mid laner is an Akai, so there's not going to be much damage output that's being shown at the mid tier without Kree or without Such, and we see that Such got picked off across the map. So without Such, without Kree, even if Drunk Dolphin lands a 5-man set, it doesn't matter. It's not gonna have enough damage, and you're not gonna take down anyone for that matter. So I think the game right now is pretty 50-50, but Lem is not showing us much because he's 0-3 at the moment. But who knows? Maybe he'll perform better later. And the turret at the top side gets taken down. Although it seems that Team Mayhem, they've managed to secure one turret for themselves, but Team Valhalla Gaming has managed to take down, I believe, is that 2 turrets, yeah, 2 turrets on the side. The heavy spin being committed onto Rice. I think Rice may get taken down here. Yes, he does get taken down by Kree ever waiting. Split trying to look for something. The Wrath of the Dryad being baited out by Split QT. But it doesn't really matter when it's 4v5 and you don't have when you don't have your Roma to open the map, especially since you have no body whatsoever. As of right now, the Valkyries is being popped on to the backline over there. Mangalore Lamb being taken down once again. Bowie managing to survive with a sliver of his health. They are pushing into that mid side as of right now, and then there's nothing like I can do to secure to defend that mid side. It's like I do? What can I do? And we're looking over to the top side over there. This is a dog lover is trying to look for that cheeky little split push onto that top side, but Bowie is there to be there to chase him away, you know. Showface say no, you can't take this turret. Oh, like I do, but just clearing the way in front of Valhalla Gaming for free. Looking over to that mid side over there, another stun being landed. Like I do is very, very slippery on with that Selena. Landing the stuns. Oh, Kree manages to shut down Godlike for Kree actually on Dog Lover. Looking over to the likes of Team Mayhem? Yeah, Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem, they're being choked into the base once again. Even though they had such a dominant game just now, I guess you could partially blame it on draft, but the players are the one that's drafting anyways. The heavy spin being committed onto Rice again, but Rice is able to just walk out of it. Not a very good ultimate placement from Jingle? Yes, not a very good ultimate placement by Jingle, so Rice is just able to walk out of there scot-free. Looking over to that mid side over there, Kree trying to get like I do, but barely misses his stun like I do. Very aggressive. Shing, like a Lancelot. And is able to dash away for free. Looking over to the mid side, the Wrath of the Dryad is being committed once again. The Abyssal Arrow lands, the Golden Owl being popped onto Tree. The Fanny going on for the backline over there. Going on, let's see the Fanny, the Petrify. And he does not get Bowie, but Dog Lover, you can see there's a split over there. Right, manages to get Bowie, but is it really worth it? Oh, it is worth it because he is able to get away. The flicker that was being popped by committed by Right in order to take down Bowie. Now, the Team Valhalla Gaming does not have Bowie for this Lord fight. And it seems that Team Mayhem may take advantage of that and decide to secure the Lord for themselves. Once again, everyone needs to be... oh! The Abyssal Arrow lands on the Jingle. Does he die to the Abyssal Trap? Just barely survives! If he had just had a little bit more little ignition, or maybe he had a little less shield. Oh! He does die to Split Cutie? Yes, he does die to Split Cutie. What? Okay. It seems that the members of Team Valhalla Gaming are just getting cycled once again. Let's look over to Rice. Rice just opening the map over there, being a very annoying little cockroach. And to the likes of Team Valhalla. And we see the stun being landed onto Kree. Ever waiting Kree very, very low because he split. Maybe he's trying to look for Kree? Trying to look for Kree. Dog Liver onto Kree, but Kree manages to dash away in time. Them using his ultimate. And we look over to Such, the going over to the likes of Valkyrie's descent onto Tree, has to back away. Split QT going on to Such, where Such is able to jump across the wall to safety. A lot of back and forth for these. Though one gets taken down, one comes out once again, then another one pops up, and they need to fight. Then they're back and forth with the Abyssal Arrow runs once again. So you can see it's just like a lot of poking, a lot of fighting, and yeah, just a lot of things that's happening across the map, even though the Lord hasn't even been taken down yet. Oh, so look over there. So with that Such, is he gonna get taken down? Such does get taken down. That is a very, very big blunder on the side of Team Valhalla Gaming. Valhalla Gaming was already winning. They already had the upper hand finally, even after that last match. And as of right now, they're just slowly losing that momentum. I mean, I know Valhalla Gaming had a little bit of an unorthodox draft, but it was working for them. It was working for them. As of right now, it seems that they're getting rid of whatever advantage. Oh, the heavy spin being committed by Jingle. I mean, I guess you can see that Jingle doesn't really play that Akai. What? Dog Lover all the way in the base? Okay. Kuma, Kuma, Kuma. Then we look over and to them inside. As you can see, Jingo. We already know Jingo doesn't really play that Akai. I mean, he's more of a obviously pure mage player. Because you can see he's not really too comfortable with that Akai ultimate. But Dog Lover gets taken down, and the Golden Hour being popped the Wrath of the Dryad as well. The Selena manages to steal the Lord away from Kree, but Kree used that retry, but he manages to steal the Lord away from Kree. Oh my goodness, Kree! What a retribution! But unfortunately, in the favor of Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem, they manages to steal that Lord away, like I said, like I do. As I mentioned earlier, definitely want to watch for that Selena gameplay or just in general. Oh my gosh, Valhalla Gaming. I can just imagine their comms right now. They must be wondering, oh my goodness, Kree, how did you lose that Lord? Even without the Fanny. Without the Fanny's retribution, and he still lost that. He still lost that retribution. The heavy spin being committed onto Lem once again. Lem is 0-5-1. He's not really showing why he picked that Bane. Although I guess you could say that it's because it's a troll pick. I suppose you could say that it's because it's a troll pick. That's why, you know, he's not performing so well. But it's streamed, Lem. It's streamed. Everyone's watching your gameplay, and you're 0-5 now. But it's okay. Wouldn't I be pop bowing in taken down by Split QT over to that mid side. Team Valhalla Gaming is just crumbling after that Lord. I guess it's not a very good mental thing, you know. After you're just playing, you're just playing your game, you're winning. You already lost game 1. You can only win if you win 2. You can go into game 3 and possibly win it back. But then your jungler loses the retry. Not a very good look, but oh, Kree very, very low, trying to run away from the lights of Team Mayhem. Oh, he does manage to escape with a sliver of health, just barely. The heavy spin being popped onto 2. Use it for the disengage in order to get away from, in order to help Kree get away from the lights of Team Mayhem. Then we see Dog Lover. Dog Lover once again. His only job is just a split push. Very, very annoying. Very annoying heroes. Very annoying game style. Look over the circling eagle being used onto the sun. The sun may get taken down. No, he's gonna be like Kree. He's gonna escape with silver health. Looking over to that mid side over there. There are 2 tanky heroes just getting poked down. Although it's something I guess you wouldn't expect they would really get poked down, especially since they only have that Selena as well as the Bane as well as the Sun. There isn't really any traditional, you could say, heroes they could really burst it down, like such as like a marksman. But even so, they are quite low as of the moment. Look at Dog Lover's positioning though. Oh, the Wrath of the Dryads as well. The flicker being popped, the Valkyrie is instead going onto the backline where not much is being committed onto the enemy. The enemy is also the Golden Hour being popped onto to look over at the backside over there. And we see Dog Lover manages to take out Kree, ever waiting as well as Lem manages to fall once again. Let's look over to Dog Lover trying to run away from the likes of Team Valhalla Gaming, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the favor of Team Mayhem because they managed to take down the jungler onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. Looking over to the top side where they're trying to force that turret, but they're not gonna have any minion over there. They managed to get the mid side, however, and the Lord is going to get up. I'm not sure whether they're gonna, decide to get the Lord or decide to kill Such instead. They seem, they're going to be a little bit more disciplined and decide to get that Lord instead. And Rice is just wasting their time. Rice is like walking circles around them. He has like 4 dog collars, just walking them around in their own buff. But Rice may get punished for that. The heavy spin being committed. And Rice is surviving for so long. The Wrath of the Dryad as well as the heavy spin being committed onto Rice, and Rice does fall. And he will not be back for the next. Will not be back in time for the Lord unless they do delay that Lord. Oh, and Such gets taken down by Dog Lover once again. Wow, Dog Lover is very, very painful. And with that Petrified combo, he's gonna be able to one-shot almost everyone. Almost everyone. Especially, as you can see, Such. Because Such has been taken down on the bot side over there. So, Team Mayhem, they're not even gonna wait for Rights to come back. They're gonna continue on. Oh, but he does fall to the Matilda's enhanced the Matilda's enhanced basic attack. I guess the sun, it has its benefits, has its disadvantages. It's practically a glass cannon. It's very painful, but at the same time very squishy, which is the same for a lot of other heroes, I suppose. But it's just all about how you build it. Now, looking over to that top side, it is very low. They might want to force it if they're willing to. Looking over at split QT, just going in and out, in and out, in and out. Actually, I think if Lamb just shoots one shark wave at the top side, the turret is probably just gonna fall already anyways. It's practically a dead turret. And this Selena just keeps hitting the missile arrows. I think if I was Drunk Dolphin, I would not be enjoying the game. Oh, the heavy spin being committed once again, and as well as the circling eagle. And it seems that Rice does get taken down by Valhalla Gaming. Rice. I'm not too sure whether he's confident, overconfident, or maybe just a little bit too ego. But it seems that he does keep falling to the likes of Team Valhalla. Now let's look over to the mid side. A little bit screaming the ref of the Giant's Big Paw as well as the Circling Eagle once again. It seems that Lem might be taken out, but it would not be committed onto Lem. And they go on to Like I Do instead because they realize that Like I Do is definitely more dangerous as compared to Lem because Lem hasn't been showing much with his Bane. But looking over to that bot side over there, let's look over at Dog Lover. Let's look at Dog Lover. Look at the base! Look at the base! The base! And the base! Oh my god! And the base just gets ended by Dog Lover. Oh my god, my camera didn't pan to Dog Lover. But never mind. Dog Lover just decides to take matters into his own hands and just end the base. Oh, wait. Is that right? This is that the Marcel did the most damage. Is that right? Wait, show the data. What? Wait, the Marcel did the most damage. Hey, that's crazy. Okay, so an 18-minute match between these two teams, and I'm sorry Valhalla Gaming, but you have lost to Team Mayhem 2-0. Oh shit, but I've never seen a Marcel do the most damage before. What the heck? Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So, now... Well, I guess that was our second series of today. Very interesting match, very interesting picks. And despite both teams having very, I would say, unorthodox lineups, it seems that, Team Mayhem is gonna emerge victorious. And after this match, we'll be having a 15-minute break. So stay tuned for the next few matches that are gonna happen. Welcome back, everybody, to Project Zero. So we'll be having our last series for today, and it's going to be, I believe, Liquidity versus Team Mayhem. Both very strong teams, but unfortunately, as we saw earlier, Liquidity lost to Aura Wyverns. So I think it'll be a very interesting match that we're going to see later, because once again, Liquidity is still our last season's champion. So we're going to see Liquidity up against Team Mayhem, which we saw earlier, won a very dominant 2-0. So now going into the drafting phase, we're going to see Team Mayhem versus Liquidity. Let's take a look at the bands.
I am a daughter of
Team
Northern
Mayhem
Vale.
may look
I
to
swear
it.
to protect it till my
Sure, they're going
last
for the
breath.
Freya band. I think Liquidity also really liked the Freya band, if I'm not wrong, in the previous series that we saw. So let's look over to Liquidity's bands that we're seeing. I think, like, once again, I think pretty standard, the Hirara, the Eudora, the Paquito. Okay, so Liquidity shall choose to ban. Okay, they're kind of taking a while, honestly.
A punch for a
Okay,
punch.
but yeah, it's most likely those kind of heroes. But I'm kind of curious to see whether they might ban the Marcel, especially since we saw Rights play that a very strong Marcel pick earlier. So okay, so they banned out the Paquito. Now looking over to Team Mayhem, uh, hmm, they might want to ban out some sort of counter. Maybe something like the Phobias if they're planning
Even
to
the
play
fullest
a
bloom
hero with a lot of dash.
hails
Now looking
before
okay,
the
so they decided to
scattering
ban the
petals.
Hirara. So maybe Stick Cutie doesn't know how to play it. They got rid of the Hirara in order to maybe Stick Cutie isn't too comfortable on it and they don't want to give that Hirara pick over to Liquidity anyways. So the Hirara got banned. Looking over to Liquidity, they decide to ban out the Uranus. Uranus very early on into the game actually. I think that's a very interesting ban.
Different
Looking over to
perspectives
Team
expose the
Mayhem has
same
decided to
truth.
ban the
3,
Marcel.
2,
Okay,
1.
so Team Mayhem has decided to ban out two very strong picks for themselves, even though they are first pick. So perhaps they just want to get rid of a lot of meta
Night sky tells
picks
all.
in order to make sure, let's say, Liquidity doesn't get a lot of those meta picks because they're gonna pick two heroes. Then Liquidity bans out the Esmeralda. It seems that Liquidity is targeting the EXP laner, which I believe is Lem. So they're banning out all of Lem's heroes. I'm not sure whether this is a strategy or whether people say that, maybe Lem's hero pool is small. I don't think so, but I'm not too sure either.
Need some
so-
stitches? I can
Looking over
help.
Team Ham, they've decided to pick up that Melissa. And Melissa is going to go over to, I believe, actually, who is this? Dog Lover. Dog Lover? Is it Dog Lover? Yes, Dog Lover. It's gonna go over to Dog Lover. So Dog Lover is going to pick up that Melissa. Look over to Liquidity. They decided to pick up the Belric over that Atlas. And now we're gonna look over to something else that may be open. I believe the Eudora is still open. Liquidity might pick up that Eudora if they see that it's open, or maybe they think that there's something else is better. Then they might pick up something else. I don't
I
think
didn't
have
cure
time to
the pain.
pick, though.
I harness
So okay,
it.
they decided to pick up the Valentina. Now looking over to Team Mayhem, they might pick up the Rafaela because it is still open. Any other picks that's gonna go over? I guess the Atlas is still open, but that's why Liquidity picked up the Valen in order to make Team Mayhem a little bit scared to pick up the Atlas, especially since it'll be such a strong ultimate to give over to that Valen. And in the hands of, I believe, Minity, I think it'll be quite detrimental to the side of Team Mayhem if Minity is able to get the Fatal Links and then do a reverse set onto the side of Team Mayhem. So looking over to Team Mayhem's picks, once again, they've already picked up the Melissa, so they might want to pick up the Atlas. If not, the Atlas might be banned in the second pick ban phase. But I'm also
My
not too
kiss
sure because we've
grants
seen a lot
you
of interesting picks come up.
immortality
Okay, so they
or
decided to
death.
pick up the Alice onto the side of Team Mayhem, which will be in the hands of Lem.
Payback time.
I guess it's also because and the Fasha. I don't think we've seen a Fasha so far. Especially in this meta, I think a lot of people prioritize the
This land is our
Maybe,
homeland, and it will soon be your
Eudora,
burial ground.
prioritize Eudora, and then we have seen the Lapu Lapu being picked up by Liquidity.
I think maybe they picked up the Alice because a lot of the HP laners were already being banned. We already saw the Paquito ban, the Uranus ban, the Esmeralda ban, so they decided to pick up the Alice in case that Liquidity decides to ban out a full 5 EXP laners for the banning phase. So I guess they really needed to prioritize Lem as of now. And then I'm not too sure why they wanted to pick up the Farshan now. Maybe they wanted to see the enemy's jungler first and then see what you're gonna pick for room as well as jungle. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Liquidity, yes, Liquidity should ban out that Atlas, and they do because as once again, it's
Pain
power pick
is
and
the
it's still
proof
open,
that I'm
so they
still
don't want to give
alive.
that over to rights, and they decided to ban out the Brody onto the side of Team Mayhem. Because I think the two very dominant marksmen that we've seen so far is that Brody as well as that Melissa, and I'm pretty sure the Brody in the laning phase is still packs quite a punch, so they decided to ban out the Brody. Now looking over to the Liquidity, they might want to ban a jungler, because it seems that Team Mayhem haven't picked up their jungler as well as their roamer. I'm not too sure whether they're going to commit all their bans onto that roam or whether they're gonna ban like one roam, one jungler. So we're just gonna see what Liquidity chooses to do. A few seconds on the clock for them to decide.
Sir,
I think
what's your
it
command?
may be a roamer. Oh no, it's a jungler. Okay, so the Fanny is banned. Okay, that's true. I think we saw Team Mayhem earlier. Their jungler, Split QT. He did have a very very scary Fanny gameplay earlier on. So I'm not too surprised that they banned out the Fanny. I just kind of forgot about it. Looking over Team Mayhem, they do not have for Liquidity. Liquidity does not have the marksman and does not have possibly. Oh no, they did not have the jungler. They don't have the jungler picked up unless the Balearic is jungle. That's always possible. So
Come on, Dexter.
I think
It's
it'll
our
be a bit interesting to
showtime.
see. Okay, so the Claw is going to be banned out. So all the marksmen have been banned. Okay, not all the marksmen, but most of the marksmen have been banned onto the side of team from Team Mayhem because they already picked up their Melissa. So we're looking over to Liquidity. I think it'll be very interesting to see if the Balearic is gonna be the jungler. I don't think so. So I think Liquidity is gonna pick up your marksman as well as your jungler as of now. Their jungler might be last pick. Maybe if they decide to pick their marksman first. Looking over to Liquidity. They have a few seconds left on the clock. Let's see what they are going to pick. I guess I believe Crayon really likes assassins, but I think all day people have been banning
Gaze
YSS, so he
upon
might
the
pick that up.
edge of
No,
the
he decides
void.
to pick up the Nolan instead. Okay. So now Team Mayhem missing roamer, missing jungler. So I believe they should pick. I guess they need to pick something that can answer that Nolan, especially because if not, the Nolan will be going for the Fasha, will be going for that Melissa. And if there's nothing to stop him, then the Nolan's really going to be too strong. So I think perhaps they're going to pick a roamer that's like going to be very annoying. Okay, so a Kufra. Okay, so the Kufra can stop the Nolan's dashes, has the catching potential especially. So I can see why they'll pick the Kufra, and I'm pretty sure that Wright has a very decent Kufra. So I think I'm very excited to see how his Kufra is going to perform in this match. So on the crowd
Still
hasn't picked the
waters run
jungler
deep.
yet, I believe. So we're gonna see the Ling. Okay, so the Ling has been caught out, and the Ling is gonna be used to, I guess, go for Liquidity's gold laner, which they haven't picked as of yet. Not many gold laners are open now. I'm assuming maybe something like the Moskov. Maybe something like the Moskov. But it's going to be laned into the Melissa, which is very hard. Because the Melissa's laning phase is very strong, especially with her puppets. So her puppets give Melissa like extra range. So she can, kind of just harass the enemy gold laner from very far away without even doing anything. Because her puppets are kind of doing all the work. Maybe Liquidity needs something like a long range. Because the Valentina isn't a high ground hero. So I think Liquidity should pick something that has like bigger range. Okay, so yes, they do pick up the Clean. So they did pick up the Clean. And looking into the drafts, I think both drafts are actually quite balanced. I like both drafts. Both drafts are very interesting. I like to see. I don't think this one is like necessarily winning above the other. So I would like to see what's going to happen in game because there isn't a clear advantage that's going on to either team. So it's really dependent on their gameplay as of right now, and not really on to the draft. So let's get on into the game, and now it's going to be the first game of Team Mayhem versus Liquidity. I think it's gonna be a match that's nice to watch, especially because we've seen that Team Mayhem is a team that we saw earlier go 2-0, but we saw Liquidity go 0-2 earlier. So all the matches so far have been a total clean sweep. So I'm trying to see if Liquidity are going to show us what they got. Is it going to be a redemption by Liquidity, or is Team Mayhem just going to keep up their clean sweep? Let's look over to the mid side. Yes, okay, so there's a lot of poking as well as the wings by wings being committed by like I do at the moment. Trying to look off for, I think, an early game poke onto Javier, but Javier is already back into the tower. No, he does not. He tries to go for the crab instead and gets poked down by like I do along with Lem. He does not force out a flicker, however, but he is already quite low. Looking over to that mid side over there, it seems that the wings by wings will be committed again in order for the fast rotation back to the mid side. See, this is very so you can see over like the Fasha has a very fast rotation. It is going to be very, very annoying, especially for the side laners, because of that fast rotation as well as the poke damage. I'm gonna look over the top side, however, Dot Lover getting poked down by Xiaoming. I think Xiaoming has been farming quite well actually, even though Liquidity we saw they lost 0-2 earlier. It does seem that Xiaoming has been doing his job, has been having the DPS, doing a lot of poke as well as burst damage on the clean, as well as that Melissa. So considering his very stellar Melissa game earlier, I'm assuming that he'll know how to work around it as well. Look over to the top side, we see that Split QT tried to get their early game pick off onto Xiaoming, but Xiaoming saw it pretty early on. He's like, nope, I know you're gonna come, you already did this last game, I'm not gonna fall for it like the other people. So level 4 already for that Farsha, as well as Mini T. So Mini T has that IMU and she's gonna be able to take the feathered airstrike away from like I do. Looking at the turtle pit, it does seem that Liquidity has the slight advantage due to Rights being very, very low down there. Feather airstrike being committed onto Rights. It does seem like Rights is gonna die, and it does get first blooded by Javier, who looking over at the fracture being popped onto Mingo Lem. Lem is very low. The feather airstrike being popped once again by like I do. Mingo Lem just attaching onto the enemy. Split Cutie manages to get the turtle and takes down Crayon with him. Looking over, then we see the fight is still ongoing. JJH manages to flicker away to safety. A 2-for-1 trade. However, they managed to get the turtle as well onto the side of Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem, they want more, so they just decided to take the blue buff as well. And maybe potentially get Javier as well. But no, Javier manages to escape. And then Rise just all up in your face, you know, because he already knows, no, my team already killed so many people. And the feather extra being popped again onto Mini T, as well as the ref for the Dryad. Does he get punished for it? Yes, like I do does get punished for it. Unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too greedy. You just want to get Mini T. I get it, you know, you want to have a mage diff, I guess. Then looking over the top side over there, the go away has been popped in order to survive the onslaught from Crayon as well as Xiaoming. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that Xiaoming is the star player of Liquidity. As you've seen earlier, his Melissa gameplay, even though I guess it's just like one turn. The moment that Xiaoming is dead, it's very hard for Liquidity to come back, especially since he's the main damage dealer and also because he's been playing so well. Looking over to the top side, however, just as I mentioned, Xiaoming, 4 members onto Xiaoming over there, the Feather Extra as well as the Tempest of Blaze being popped onto Xiaoming, and Xiaoming unfortunately falls to the hands of Team Mayhem. Split Cutie, however, is not going to be able to run away free, and Mini T with a Feather Airstrike with the help of the IMU manages to take down Split Cutie. Now, it is a 2-3 across the board right now. Not much of a difference besides perhaps a slight gold lead of 300 gold. A lot of fights happening across the map once again. I believe Liquidity, they're not gonna go down without a fight. So they're gonna show us what they really got. Perhaps they want to bring this. Maybe they want this chance to get a 2-0 instead. The Feather Airstrike being popped in order to try to steal the trigger, but unfortunately it just did not happen. Right, trying to go in with a jump, but unfortunately he was a little bit too far off, and he also did not have any teammates that can really help follow up, especially since the Feather Airstrike has already been popped by like I do. Now it's 5 minutes. A lot of turret shields are already down, so you're gonna see a lot of turrets being taken down, a lot of fights that's happening across the map. Looking over to Mangle Lord Lem, just having fun with J-Rare. It does seem like it is a 3-2 split, however. So Mangle Lord Lem may be in a bit of a dire strait if Creon really decides to go for that pick off onto that bot side over there. I guess nothing much happening. Maybe we need to wait for the next turtle for something to really happen. Cause nothing, there's no objective that's being played for right now. So we're just gonna, walk around the map, maybe poke here, maybe poke there. Maybe Rights needs to be up in their face. Mango Lord Lem just TPs in front of the enemy, but he's a little bit low, a little bit less than half, but he's not going to die or get punished for it. It seems that all the members of converging over to the mid side over there. We see Rights manages to land the jump, but he's not gonna commit the Tyrant's Rage, and like I do, does use a Feather Airstrike. I think maybe a little bit too prematurely. Maybe he just wanted to clear the wave, but I don't think it was that worth it. Xiaoming manages to get a top side. It seems that Xiaoming is gonna be a little bit fed as of right now. He will perhaps maybe get an item from that, because he has gotten that tower. The Tempest of Blade being popped onto Crayon. Crayon does survive, however. Crayon did use his ultimate, so both ultimates were being popped from both junglers. But it seems that Xiaoming is going to join them for that turtle fight as of right now. A 4v5. Not really looking good for Team Mayhem. We're gonna take a look over to the Lord. I don't think they can really contest it. I think this is a whole different game for Liquidity compared to what they showed earlier this morning. Maybe in the morning it was like, too early, they haven't really woken up yet. The Retribution by Crayon manages to get that turtle. And the Wrath of the Dry is being popped onto the enemy over there. The Bravest Fighter onto Like I Do gets killed by Xiaoming. Xiaoming just slowly getting fed once again. They know that their win con is just to get Xiaoming very fed. Mini T takes down Dog Lover as well. And with the very big discrepancy between Xiaoming as well as Dog Lover. As you can see, Dog Lover is dying to the likes of Mini T, and is not getting that damage that we really need to see from that Melissa, especially since Xiaoming is online and he's ready to just burst the likes of Team Mayhem. Now we see that Team Liquidity, they've managed to get all the outer turrets onto the side from Team Mayhem. It's not really looking good for Team Mayhem. I'm not too sure whether it's just an opponent difference, or maybe, like I said, Team Liquidity has just woken up. Maybe they just needed that first series as a warm up to say that I wasn't ready yet. I need to warm up in the morning. They haven't had their pre-rank game. Split Cutie by once Crayon, and Crayon does get taken down. Split Cutie on the run from members onto the side of. Oh no, and Xiaoming just takes down Split Cutie just like that. He does commit the flicker, however. Now looking over to that top side over there, JJH pops the Wrath of the Dryad over there. Mini T using the Alice ultimate. The Xiaoming does not take down Rights, the ultimate by Alice, in order to help the disengage, in order to help Rights back off. But I don't think they'll be able to save this turret because we can see that Dog Lover is not there. He's at the bot side, and Megalord then gets taken down as well. Rights has to use his first skill in order to back away instead of using it as an engage. Oh, and they're gonna let the top pop for free. Okay. That may have been just a little bit of a blunder by Rights, letting the turret shield pop onto that mid side. So it's gonna be so much easier for the likes of Liquidity in order to push down that top turret, especially since they have that since they're going to secure the Lord as of right now. Looking over into the Lord, it does seem like it's a very free Lord. Like, no Lord Steal that's going to happen. The retry also being completed by Crayon. He already knows that, I need to be a little bit safe. I can't have anyone stealing my lord or anything, or at least trying to. Looking over at Ling over there, Split Cutie, trying to get any farm that he possibly can. Tries to recall a way to safety, but unfortunately has to jump away to safety instead. JJH chasing him down, however, he does not want to let Split Cutie go for free. Looking over to the mid side, we see Rights. Rights trying to show some vision at the around the map. You know, they need to at least know where the liquidity is going, because if not, they can't plan their maps move on anything. The Feather Ash Strike being committed in order to clear the mid side. The Tyrant's Rage being popped onto two. The Alice going onto the back line. What a set! The Wrath of the Giant being popped in order to disengage. And we see Split Cutie going onto the back line. Double kill for Crayon, but unfortunately he dies in the process along with Mini T. A 2-for-2 trade, but I think it's even better trade, you know, on the other side of Team Mayhem, because they managed to get Liquidity's jungler as well as their mid laner. Looking over to the top side over there, Xiaoming does manage to get the flicker being committed, but Xiaoming does manage to flicker to safety. Almost dies to the hands of Like I Do with the combo of the Feather Ash Strike as well as that flicker. I think that was a very good fight onto the side of Team Mayhem, yes. Team Mayhem. Very good fight on the side of Team Mayhem. They managed to take down very key members onto the side of Team Liquidity. Liquidity did utilize a lot of their ultimates for that disengage, but unfortunately that disengage isn't enough with the layers and the layers of ultimates being popped by Team Mayhem. Because Mangalore Lem gets taken down by Crayon. The flicker with the Wrath of the Giant being popped out once again. The Bravest Fighter being found onto Like I Do Dog Lover, as well as the Alice being brought onto the back line. Right, falls. Megalode Lamb, Like I Do Right, all taken down by the likes of Liquidity. As I mentioned again, JJH utilize that flicker as well as the Wrath of the Dryad in order to just flicker into like the members of Team Mayhem, and it seems that Liquidity may be able to take this match and you know, they're trying to break their 0-2 curse that happened just now. Looking over to that top side over there, we see that Split Cutie once again, he's trying to find any kind of farm that he possibly can, but he's just not able to because JJH is always on his ass. You see JJH just following him around, the likes and the members. Split Cutie, the Temples of Blaze being popped, but I don't think he'll be able to survive the Bravest Fighter as well as Xiaoming. He doesn't even have to look. He just sprays across the map and he just gets and kills Split Cutie. Split Cutie is... It's very sad. Split Cutie is like trying his best to get any farm, but Liquidity just doesn't want to help. It's just not gonna get anything. No, it's okay. Liquidity have managed to secure the second lord, and Team Mayhem, they're practically cracked open. You know, like their mid tower, like they only have their mid tower left standing. There's nothing much that they can do to defend from this besides, you know, just clearing the wave, clearing the lord. But if Liquidity is so determined, they might just get and break this base turret down. Let's see how they're going to fare. We see the minions marching in as well as the lord, but they do have the minions spawning as well. But after this, it's really just gonna be free real estate for the likes of Liquidity. Now we see the lord is marching in. Is anything gonna happen? The Wrath of the Dryad with the flicker being popped as well, but it does not hit the Bravest Fighter as well. Right, jumping in. Then we see the Alice going on to the backline over there. Yes, to Xiaoming, but Xiaoming does not have any follow-up on the members of Team Mayhem, and it seems that they may just look for the base Like I Do. Mini T unfortunately gets stunned inside the turret, so Like I Do is able to go to safety. The fracture being popped as well. Manages to take down Like I Do. The base turret is so low. Liquidity is marching in and they manage to take down the base. Finally, Liquidity manages to get a match. So after, as we can see, let's take a look at the stats. Let's take a look at the stats. JJH with the MVP. I don't know if that MVP is very deserved. I mean, I believe that JJH, he definitely had very good setups. But that last fight, he kind of whiffed a little bit because I believe he missed the timing. I guess I can't really blame him because the Balearic ulti flicker is very hard to time. It's true. It's very hard to time. But I guess I feel like a lot of things can be credited to Xiaoming, Javier, as well as Minichi. Minichi had a lot of good sets with that Alice. Then we see that Xiaoming, Xiaoming had a lot. He was winning his lane. He did very well in his laning phase. And we saw, let me think, Javier. Javier, he utilized his bravest fighter very, very well. Managed to jump on the back line, jumped onto that Melissa as well as that Farsha. So now I believe that we will be getting on to that second match over there. 6-7 victory. I think it's a bit surprising, especially since Liquidity was a bit too dominant, but I guess you can't underestimate the previous season champion team. So but I guess it was just a little bit surprising to me, especially since that earlier we already saw that Team Mayhem did a very dominant 2-0 against the enemy that they had earlier. But as of right now, I guess it seems that Team Mayhem's has slowed down a bit. So I believe that we will be going into the second game soon, or as of right now. And let's take a look at what map that we're going to have. Okay, is there any map that we haven't seen? I believe it's been Flying Cloud, it's been Expanding River. I don't think it's been Dangerous Grass yet, has it? Okay, now it's Broken Wall, I think. Okay, so our map is going to be Broken Wall. So looking over to the drafting. Let's look over to the draft. Liquidity, I think
Even the
they
fullest
might
bloom.
ban. I'm not too sure whether
Pales
they're going to
before the
respect the
scattering
Marcel. Okay,
petals.
no, they decided to ban the Hirara.
Different
Team Mayhem
perspectives
decides to
expose the same
ban the Marcel.
truth.
Okay, so both
2,
Rights and
1.
GGH, I believe they both can play Marcel. So they're both Marcel players to some extent. So I can see why they will ban it. Liquidity on the ban once again, but I think you kind of need to remember
I
that
am a
they have
daughter of
respect.
Northern Vale.
So
I
okay,
swear
this
to
they
protect
decide
it
to
till
ban
my
out the
last breath.
Freya. It seems like it's a ban that Liquidity and a lot of teams actually have really liked to ban the Freya. Looking over to Team Mayhem, Liquidity is respect. Okay, so Team Mayhem might ban something like the Paquito. Maybe something like the Paquito. I'm not too sure. I do not remember correctly
Need some
whether
stitches? I
Liquidity
can
was the team
help.
that banned all the XP laners just now. I kind of have a short-term memory, but never mind. It's okay. Team Mayhem decided to ban out the Melissa. Yes, I believe the Melissa. Oh yes, because earlier we saw Liquidity play the Melissa for Xiaoming. I think Xiaoming had a really good Melissa gameplay earlier, so I can see why they're gonna ban it, especially since in this meta I've seen a lot of players they like to just first pick the Melissa without even caring about what enemy team is gonna draft despite any die risk. Because even if they pick any die risk, they're gonna have that Melissa ultimate. And if they do pick any setter, Melissa can play that Purify, which
Punch for a punch.
she has enough mobility for, so it doesn't really matter. Then we see Liquidity bans out the Atlas and Team Mayhem bans out that Paquito. Not too unorthodox, very standard. And Liquidity first picks that Belleric. It seems that GGH is really good on those very tanky heroes. You see, that's what he's really been playing
Night
so
Sky
far. He
tells
decides to pick up the
all.
Belleric because Belleric has shown that is a lot of impact on that Belleric, especially for those disengage and those taunts. We look over to Team Mayhem, and Mayhem has picked up the Esmeralda first. I'm not sure whether that's Lem's like very comfort, because I've seen people ban Esmeralda against him,
I didn't
but
cure
I'm
the
not
pain.
100%.
I
Team Mayhem,
harness
they
it.
decided to pick up the Valen in order to pick up that Belleric ulti, or maybe any other ulti that may come up from Liquidity if they decide to give some good ultimates to that Valentina. Looking over to Liquidity, see what they're going to pick. Once again, I don't know why they don't really like to pick the Eudora, because I've seen some other teams play the Eudora, but Even though for
When you
both
gaze
teams
into
so
the
far,
abyss,
oh,
the
and
abyss
Liquidity has picked up the
gazes
Selena
back.
for Mini T. Even though we saw Team Mayhem earlier, they picked up the Selena, and we
Now
already
you
saw
lead the
that
way to the
I
next
believe
adventure.
the mid laner is very comfortable onto that Selena, and Liquidity just decided to pick it up for themselves along with that Sora. So Team Mayhem, I believe they're really gonna need something that's going to answer uh the engage by that Belleric. If not, they may pick up something like an assassin as of right now for I believe Split QT. As we saw earlier, Split QT did play a very good Fanny game. Might
Minotaur,
potentially
will
pick it. No,
finish
they did
off
pick
what
up
was
the
left
Minotaur as
undone.
of now. Right on the Minotaur. Okay, so we look over to the bans. Team Mayhem going to ban out something against Liquidity. Liquidity doesn't have marksman or jungler as of yet. So I'm gonna assume that Team Mayhem maybe bans out the assassin or maybe the
They call
YSS
me a
for
hero
Crayon.
because I
Because
saved my nation from
okay, so
falling
they do ban out
apart.
the YSS for Crayon because I don't know. I've seen a lot of teams ban out the YSS for Crayon. I think it's very evident that it's his comfort hero or maybe his main hero, and that's why a lot of teams have kind of sort of been respecting it. Looking over to Liquidity, you're going to be on the ban. You're going to ban out Marksman or Jung. Oh, actually, it seems that both teams are missing Marksman and Jungler. So they're both kind of just banning each other out. Okay, so Liquidity has banned out the Nolan. He might ban out another jungler. Uh, hmm. Might ban out another jungler or another, or like I said, marksman. I'm not too sure about what Xiao Ming is gonna
Let's
play
fight to
though.
our
Maybe the
heart's
Brody.
content.
Okay, no, they said ban Lucas. Oh, I think that's a good ban. I think it's a good ban. The crayons Lucas is very annoying, especially since it has the sustain as well as the damage, and it's practically unkillable. So yeah, I can see why. Okay, so Liquidity for the last ban of this match. Is it going to be another jungler? I guess even if they ban out the junglers,
What's your
Team
command?
Mayhem is going. Okay, they ban out Fanny. Maybe Team Mayhem may try to pick up the Ling again because there's not too many junglers left. So it may be a Ling pick over to the side of Team Mayhem. I'm not 200% sure. We're just gonna have to see what Team Mayhem is gonna pick. Well, for Liquidity, or maybe they want to prioritize the marksman first because we have the Melissa to just band out, or maybe they want to see the enemy's marksman first and then go for the pick. Let's look over to Mayhem. Mayhem, a few
Still
seconds
waters
left
run
on the
deep.
clock, and they've picked up. Okay, yeah, they picked up the link. Okay, I don't think we're gonna see too many surprising picks now. Although, yeah, I really want to see how this Lina is going to perform because, like I said, in the hands of a good player, the Lina is very, very dominant in the river control as well as the sculpts, especially, and very, very annoying. Okay, so Liquidity has picked up that Fredrin for Crayon, I believe, and now they're still missing Marksman. Might pick up the Brody. I'm not too sure about what Xiao Ming is going to play. I believe those are the heroes I've seen him play today.
I am
If
vengeance
I'm correct. No, okay. He picks
incarnate.
up the Moscow. Okay, yes, no, that's right. Yeah, Moscow because they need someone that can do the long lane and they don't have any long laner and the Moscow needs to answer the lane that's going to do the long lane. Okay, yes. Okay, looking over the team Mayhem. They still haven't picked their marksman once again. Maybe Claude. Maybe Claude. So, because they only have the link to answer their long lane, right? So maybe they don't want to send their link. Maybe they want to send a Claude over. if they decide to pick it. But I'm not too sure what Doc Lover plays. Oh no, they decided to pick a Harith. Okay, so they decided to pick Harith. I haven't seen Harith in so long, I feel. Okay, so looking over at the draft of both teams, I think I like Team Mayhem a little bit better, but I also like Liquidity's pick just because of the Selena. I'm biased. I just like the Selena. And like I like watching the Selena gameplay. It feels like it makes the game so much more exciting. But okay, so we're gonna be going off into our game. It is going to be the second match of Liquidity versus Team Mayhem. I'm very excited to see what kind of match, what kind of gameplay these two teams are going to show up. I hope it's not too one-sided because if not, we're not gonna have a very enjoyable match. So we'll just be going on into the match. Now let's look over at the players. You see Split QT, them, like I do, right? Dog Lover, Javier, Crayon, Mini T, DJH, Samwing. Our last few players for today, especially since today is the last match, but there will be more matches that's coming on tomorrow for the rest of the regular season teams. But don't worry, the rest of the group stages are kind of happening in the background. And this is a online event as of right now, but you know, it's gonna be offline at the playoffs. So going on a little bit of poking over there, right? And like I do, then we see Mini T holding that river along with GGH. Gonna just throw out maybe an abyssal arrow here and there in order to secure that area and potentially get a pick off over there. Looking over, okay, does land a stun on two rights over there, right? We're already half health in the early game. That's why I always feel like the Xena is so annoying. Annoying when it's on the enemy team. And I can just never dodge it. Like I feel like I'm colorblind every time. Looking over to that top side, however, Xiaoming, the flicker being popped onto right over there. Xiaoming trying to back, but unfortunately, with the help of Split QT does manage to secure an early game pickoff onto Xiaoming. I guess Team Mayhem have already kind of recognized that Xiaoming is a very big problem onto the likes of Team Mayhem, especially since Xiaoming has been carrying that late game damage as well as that DPS and burst potential onto the side of Team Liquidity. So they really do realize and think that they really need to get rid of Xiaoming. So, looking over, we see that Dog Lover is kind of just bullying Xiaoming at the moment, but now the turtle is going to be coming up soon. Looking over, we see Crayon. Crayon has stopped the turtle with the help of GDH, Jet and Mini T, but it doesn't seem like Split QT is gonna contest it. Oh no, he decides to steal the blue buff instead. But we're not sure whether he's gonna be able to get it inside. Oh no, he does, because Rights is slowing down the rest of the members of Liquidity. And he manages to steal it away as of right now, I suppose. Yes, he manages to take that blue buff away just in time. Looking over to that top side, however, Xiaoming does not have that level 4. Xiaoming with the Tempest of Blades gets killed by Split QT. Once again, Xiaoming 0-0 in 3 minutes. That's not going to look very good for his scaling, especially since he's playing that Moskov. And he's practically the late game insurance for that damage, especially because their mid laner is a Selena. And Selena is somewhat painful, don't get me wrong, but it can never be comparable to something that the Moskov can show. Looking over to the bot side over there, like I do, ganking Lamb and Javier gets taken down the ref of the Giant being used onto Rights, and Rights does get picked off over at that blue. A lot of cross-map plays as seen once again. There's always something happening at mid, something happening at bot, something happening at top. There's really no like one fight that's happening at a time. There's usually multiple that's happening at a time. And as you can see, you know, they're placing a lot of pressure onto Xiaoming, and you know, Liquidity kind of realized that, and they realized that they kind of need to help Xiaoming as well. If not, they are not going to have a marksman that's going to come online in time, and it's going to take so much longer for him to scale and get his items, which is not going to be very good for the likes of Team Liquidity. But it seems that Team Mayhem is here and back once again, and is going to give Dog Lover the plating just for free. And he's just gonna be able to take, you know, all that gold away from Xiaoming. Now the turtle is gonna be spawned soon. Looking over to the members of Team Mayhem. It seems that they do have the upper hand as well as that map control as of right now. Looking over to Lem is just gonna be zoning the members of Team Mayhem. Looking over to that turtle over there, and we see the shifting skies being popped over there as well as the Wrath of the Dryad over there. The Tempest of Blaze being popped as well. Speakeasy manages to secure that turtle. The SOD being popped immediately, popping over to that turtle, and a double kill for VDT. Oh my goodness. A lot of ultimates were being committed as well as a very big fight that was happening at that turtle over there. But like I do manage 3 members, I believe, onto the side of Team Mayhem were just taken down by the likes of Team Liquidity. Even though they lost that turtle, they were still... Oh, J-Rip, who gets taken down at the mid side over there. Yes, and as I mentioned, even though Team Mayhem were able to secure that turtle, they did lose 3 members, which is not a very good trade for Team Mayhem, which I think it's an even more worthwhile trade onto the side of Team Liquidity. Looking over to the top side over there, they're trying to get, they're trying to get their money's worth back. Maybe you got 3 members, but we got the turtle and we're gonna get the turret as well. Just barely survives. No, Dog Lover just wants to get it. The Wrath of the Dryad being popped onto Dog Lover, but Dog Lover manages to back away with the help of Rights. Not enough damage being popped onto Dog Lover in order to secure that kill at that top side. Now you see them once again. It does seem like Team Mayhem, they're just gonna play a very standard 4-1, especially with the help of that Ling. And they do not really have anyone on Liquidity to play that 4-1 besides that marksman, which is the Moskov. But there's always the fear that maybe the Moskov will get taken down by that Ling. Now looking over to that bot side over there, the J-Ray as well as Split QT. Can we look over to that bot side? I believe the Tempest of Blaze have popped at the bot side to go on to J-Ray. J-Ray is very low, but it does seem that he is going to survive. Let's look over to the turtle pit over there. The turtle. The turtle is going to spawn. They see Crayon is going to commit to get that turtle. JGH trying to zone them as well as Rights, but I don't think it will be enough. Crayon does manage to get the turtle without much of a fuss, especially since we saw Split QT, the Minoan Fury being popped as well as the Wrath of the Dryad going on over there. We see Split QT going on to the back line over there, manages to take down JJH. However, we see onto Rights. Dog Lover manages to take down Xiao Ming. I believe that was a solo kill as well. And from that top side over there, then we see Lem once more, as well as Split QT going in with the Tempest of Blaze, trying to go for the backline, but unfortunately he gets taken down and shut down by Crayon. Going on to that, going on back to his buff after that. Looking down at that bot side over there, we see J-Rear is quite low. A lot of skirmishes that's happening near the turtle. We see, even though the turtle pit is there to secure the objectives, a lot of people don't really care too much about the objective, but more of the kills and potential turrets taking kill of the member being down on the side of the enemy team. A lot of ultimates being popped, especially because of that Valentina's IMU. The Minoan Fury combined with the Wrath of the Dryad is definitely very annoying. A lot of AoE onto the side of the Wrath of the Dryad being popped as well. The Templates of Blaze being popped. The Shifting Skies manages to catch Split QT, and Dog Lover once again manages to buy one Xiao Ming. Like I do, terrifies Crayon. Not much happening, especially without their marksman being here. And we see that there's a lot of 4v4 brawls happening, especially since the marksmen are just by-1ing each other. But once again, I see Dog Lover, he manages to solo kill Xiao Ming twice. This is not a very good game for Xiao Ming, but we might see our first 2-1 series of today. JJH gets taken down by Dog Lover once again. Now we see the Dog Lover has certainly come online very, very fed. I think, is it possible to take a look at the items of Dog Lover? Especially since we can see he deals such and so much damage. I mean, he is doing his job as the main DPS. And we can see they're setting up Lord onto the side of Team Mayhem. It seems that Liquidity may want to try to steal this. The Minoan Fury may pop as well as the Shifting Skies, the Tempest of Blitz, however, is going to immune most of it and he manages to secure a lot of this stun being committed on to Split Cutie, but he is able to go away for free. Javier Poo manages... Okay, no, he does not survive, but he does. He just falls. She just falls to the hands of Dog Lover. Not really the person that you want to get the kill, especially since he's already so fed. And with the Lord marching towards that top side over there, it seems that Team Mayhem will just try to get everything that they can, try to get whatever turrets that they can. Looking at Crayon, Crayon is very, very low. Even with just Lamb is really very painful. Looking over to the conversation right now for one. Looking over at the mid side over there, Crayon. No, not Crayon. Dog Lover. Dog Lover was actually quite low because of Crayon. Marching over, look at the top side over there. We see they're just abusing Xiaoming. It seems that the members of Team Mayhem just hate Xiaoming. They just keep diving for Xiaoming. Look at him. He's just, even though the two level gap, the Minoan Fury being popped onto Crayon, it does seem like Crayon may die. Yes, he does die due to with the help of the Zaman Force. The Temples of Blaze being popped, trying to go for Mini T, but Mini T dashes to safety back towards her base. The onslaught by Team Mayhem is just pushing Team Liquidity so far back. What happened to their dominance in the first game? It seems that they've just given it up in the second game. Perhaps Mango Lamb was able to get his Esmeralda this time. Maybe they changed their game plan, and maybe Team Mayhem was able to get more focus onto Xiaoming. That's why they were playing better. Or maybe you know, Team Mayhem just woke up the idea, you know, maybe they were trolling in the first game and they were thinking, hey, we're already 2-0 by other enemy, so why are we gonna lose this one? So they're just gonna look over to the mid side over there and wait for the driving pop, as well as the Minoan Fury manages to flicker out of his safety. Only lands on Javier, who the ref for the drive onto tree. Xiaoming does get taken down by Split Cutie across the map, however. Then you're looking down, Crayon does manage to take down Split Cutie, the Shifting Skies, as well as Athena trying to go for the backline, but however he manages to flicker away to safety with the help of like I do. Now it is gonna be a 4v4, but with the marksman as well as the jungler down from each side, the Zaman Force being popped as well. We see Crayon tries to go in there. Appraisal's Wrath manages to take down Dog Lover. They're managing to turn this game around with the help of the multiple pickups on the side of the Team Mayhem. The stun being landed onto Lem. Lem, I believe he will be able to survive, however, because he is quite low. The Minoan Fury lands onto 4, the SOD being popped as well. And then Moskov is traveling back for more. He wants to chase them down. He is going to clear the wave, however, and take down that mid turret, I believe. And they're going to set up for that Lord, because the Lord is going to spawn soon in around 4 seconds. Looking over to Like I Do does get stunned. May get taken out of ref for the Dryad being popped as well in order to help them back. And the 5 members, but they are very low. Split Cutie going onto the backline, the ref for the Dryad as well as the Temples of Blaze being popped down. Over there, the Shifting Skies. Javier Poo gets taken down by Split Cutie. The Appraisal Trap does not hit anyone. And we see Lem. Lem is running away and manages to back to safety, as well as Mini T sneakily recalling over to that mid left over there. A lot of skirmishes. We saw a lot of back and forth. We thought that, you know, Liquidity, they finally had the upper hand. They managed to take down a lot of members on the side of Team Mayhem. Then we see their Praise Wrath manages to hit on the key member, which is Dog Lover. But then they managed to come back once again. Just a good stun, and we see Rights, the middle over using, but he used the flicker, but it does not land. The jump, however, it does, but I think that was a bit too greedy. They could have just waited for the Lord to come over. Then we see Lem. Lem does get taken down by Xiaoming. Xiaoming is finally back online. The Tempest of Blaze being popped onto Crayon, but it seems that he is going to get on them, but Split Cutie does manage to go away to safety. I think that perhaps, you know, maybe you're a little bit too anxious. Especially since, you know, suddenly Liquidity came back and then they just want to end the game. I think that wasn't a very good engage by Rights, especially since they could have just waited for Lord and then wait for the engage, especially since he already had his flicker. Now he doesn't have his flicker, but he does have his ultimate, but once again he just doesn't have the flicker that's going to be utilized with his ultimate. And you see, yeah, Xiaoming just clears the Lord for free. And now all the pressure that they apply on Xiaoming on the early game doesn't even matter, because now it's on the late game and I'm pretty sure that Xiaoming has his items that he is gonna use and hit like a truck. But I guess Team Mayhem is not going to give up. They're gonna just wait for the waves, because even though they don't have the Lord, they still do have the enhanced minions, which they're going to use to push into that turret. But you know, Liquidity is thinking they already won one game, they already got one game under their belt, so why? So they should just be trying their best to win this game right now and get potentially a 2-0 for Liquidity. But if Mayhem wins this game, we may be seeing our first we may be seeing our first 3-game series of today. So looking over Split Cutie going on to Xiaoming, however. The Tempest of Blaze, a lot of Wrath of the Dryad Flicker being popped over there, but he does not manage to catch Split Cutie. Perhaps a little bit too hopeful over there. Right, the Minoan Fury pops onto Tree, going on over the Zaman Force being committed onto Crayon. The Appraisal's Wrath, but however, he does not manage to take down like I do. GGH getting poked down by the likes of Dog Lover. And we see Ryzen trying to jump off to the backline over there. Xiaoming hitting rights for free. Like I do, trying to zone them away. And we see that the minions are still marching on in. Looking over to that mid side over there. I believe that they are going to be able to take the turret, however. No, they aren't. They managed to clear. Oh, the stun! What a stun! And Stock Lever is forced to pop that Purify. The Shifting Skies being popped onto Rice. You see Rice may die the Wrath of the Dryad as well, as you see the Shifting Skies being popped over, and they do manage to pick off Rice right before the Lord. 20 seconds until our next Lord. I don't think that was a... Oh! Minity? Minity forced him to go away. Right, not a very good death right before the Lord. You see Dog Lover. Dog Lover onto Javerpoo. Uses the Zaman Force right before the Lord once again. A lot of them like to commit their ultimates before the Lord, so they already know that, you know, they've already burned this. They don't have rights, they don't have the Zaman Force from the Haru, so the Haru is not going to be able to do as much damage as it should. Looking over to that Lord over there, trying to steal the Lord, potentially split, using the Temples of Bliss, a lot of the Dryad, the weapon of the Dryad. Crayon manages to secure, however, like I do falls. GGH falls in the hands of Dog Lover. Javerpoo double kill, and Crayon manages to take down Dog Lover. Once again, shifting and turning this game once again. The Lord onto the side of Liquidity is going to march down that mid side. All the members of Team Mayhem have just fallen with only Split Cutie and Rights left. The Lord is just going to march down, and it seems that Liquidity may take this game to 0 potentially. Just looking over, if you look at the death timer, the Shifting Skies being popped onto Rice and Minoan Fury onto Tree, and we see the Temples of Blaze being popped as well, and it seems that Rice is going to survive a little bit longer, maybe manages to get safety, but unfortunately Split Cutie gets taken down. It seems like it may just be the game for Liquidity. The Lord marching in, 2 members, 3 members, all the way back, but they have used a lot of their skill sets, so they may not be able to push onto this base. It seems that no, it seems that Liquidity is gonna play a little bit disciplined. They know they already used a lot of their skill set. They know that the rest of the members of Team Mayhem is back and ready to defend that base. Then we look over to GGH. It seems that GGH may be looking for something at that top side. No. You're just gonna play safe. They're gonna play the slow game. They're gonna play the waves. They're gonna wait for the next Lord and potentially end it there, unless Team Mayhem manages to secure a steal onto that Lord, or potentially win those team fights. But once again, I believe they need to lock Xiaoming. Xiaoming is definitely their biggest problem as of right now, because all J-Ray as well as Crayon is doing is just holding the enemy, so that Xiaoming has a very easy time just free hitting the enemies as of right now. Everyone has practically full build as of right now. Nothing too interesting about the items at the moment. I think the only difference is that we see Minity opts for the Calamity build. Is it still called Calamity? Stardium. Oh no, Stardium. Stardium Scythe. Opts for Stardium Scythe over the Enchanted Talisman, unlike other Selena players that I've seen that opts for Enchanted Talisman because they want to keep spamming the Abyssal Arrow as well as the Abyssal Trap. And then we see very sneaky Liquidity playing at the top side over there. I think Split Cutie might, if that Moskov shows on the map, Split Cutie might think that the Moskov is alone, but we see that, I mean, we the viewers can see that actually there's Javerpoo there. Very, very scary. Everyone is trying to stay hidden on the map, you know. So look over Xiaoling and Split Cutie. No, Split Cutie is just dead. just dead clear. He's gonna clear in back. Looking over to well, Xiaoming has decided to stay topside and potentially push that turret because he saw Split Cutie dash away from the turret. But Xiaoming does have that SOD in order to come over. So if Xiaoming does miss that SOD, it might not be very good to the likes of Liquid. Might not be very good for the likes of Liquidity. When we see the Lord dance over here. Nothing much happening, just a lot of kiting as well as poking going on over. And a lot of fight over there. JGH a little bit too low, however, a bit too low for comfort. We see Rice gets taunted as well as poked down once again. Yeah, just a lot of Lord downs, honestly. Nothing too much being committed. We see that the Valentina is actually setting the Lord wave. The stun onto Dog Lover. Dog Lover a little bit low. Oh, okay. Right. Nope. Nothing happening at the moment. Dog Lover gets stunned once again. Dog Lover may just fall, but we see Xiaoming is also quite low. Mini T with a flicker manages to take down Dog Lover. Then we see Minoa Fury being popping out to help them, but Mini T gets taken down. Looking over, the Shifting Skies manages to get 3. What a taunt! The ref of the Dryad as well as Xiaoming managing double kill onto Like I Do. Is he going to continue the onslaught? And we look over to Rights. Rights does not get taken down. We see Crayon trying to go for the end over there. Then we see Rights trying to recall back to safety in order to protect his base. But unfortunately, they're just going to be pushing in. We're looking over to that base. Is this going to be a 2-0 onto the side of Liquidity? Looking over JGH as well as Crayon. It seems that Rights is trying to back the best that they can, and they recall. They know they got their win. And it is going to be a 2-0 win onto the side of Liquidity. Our last match of the day. Oh, so that was a very... Let's see. How long was that match? 21 minutes? 25? I can't really see the thing. Technical issues, technical difficulties, but yes. We saw that it was a very long match. There's a lot of back and forth. Sometimes you would think Liquidity is winning, sometimes you would think Mayhem is winning. And then they'll just, like, you know, you're just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it's really very interesting to watch these two teams play against each other. And it kind of goes to show that, you know, Liquidity is still a strong team, even though they may have lost like 0-2 earlier. So it's very I think it's very good to see that their gameplay has certainly, you know, shown the standard of why they are a champion team. And also NT to Team Mayhem, even though they won 2-0 earlier, they have lost this match. Okay. So this is unfortunately our last match of today, but no worries. You can always come back tomorrow for the rest of our matches, which will be the same teams that we saw earlier, but of course different matchups. Thank you everyone, and be sure to stay tuned for the next match.